The monster drools blood as it growls, while someone pleads, "Please?" A boy trapped by insect-like limbs begs, "Just kill me." A bloodied boy says, "Let me be the one to die," as his tear drops. A group stands before a giant door, and someone warns, "Hyunchin, think this through." One guy confidently says, "If we clear the hidden dungeon and stay quiet, we're golden," and agrees, "I'm in." The man complains that hunters like them only get paid scraps for clearing dungeons. He decides that they should clear the dungeon themselves. The girl nervously suggests maybe they shouldn't go. She warns it could be dangerous, but he firmly calls her name, Choi. He urges her not to back out, asking why she's the only one hesitating when everyone else agreed. The girl, feeling pressured, says she fears another bug attack like last time. The man mocks her fear, reminding her how she caused problems before. He tells her to quit if it's too hard and implies no other guild would accept her. She forces a smile and quietly agrees, saying, "No." He tells her she's making the smart choice and asks her to stick with the plan. She blames herself, thinking she was being selfish and owes everything to Hyunchin. Hyunchin calls himself her boyfriend and says he's only being harsh because he cares. She forces a shaky smile and quietly says, "Yeah, thanks." Hyunchin tells her to lead since she's the tank, and she silently agrees nervously. She steps forward as the others watch her. She thinks to herself, "I can't let Hyunchin down again." The team enters the dungeon, with the girl leading the way, shield in hand. The team is surrounded by a swarm of giant red-eyed bug monsters. One of the guys panics, shouting, "Why are there so many?" The monstrous bugs roar and charge forward aggressively. The team fights back, slashing, casting spells, and yelling orders to stay together. Hyunchin encourages Choi to hold the front line while they handle the rest. She agrees. Choi struggles to block an attack, thinking she must stay up. She grits her teeth, believing if she holds on, the others can finish the fight. Choi screams in pain as she's struck during the intense battle. Choi braces herself behind her shield, determined not to give up. A bug monster screeches in pain as it gets stabbed. The group panics, realizing there are way too many monsters. One of them turns to Hyunchin, desperately asking what to do next. Choi grits her teeth as the force of an attack slams into her shield. Overwhelmed and in pain, Choi wonders how much longer she can endure. She screams in desperation, begging Hyunchin to heal her because she can't take it anymore. The rest of the team suddenly retreats, running away from the fight. Choi screams in shock, realizing the others are abandoning her. Hyunchin looks back angrily, blaming her for not holding the line. Choi desperately blocks more attacks with her shield. Still under pressure, she runs after the group, shouting for Hyunchin to wait. One teammate yells at Hyunchin for abandoning Choi, but Hyunchin refuses to stop. Choi runs toward the door as it slams shut in front of her, screaming, "No!" She bangs on the door, pleading for Hyunchin to open it and not leave her. Someone reminds Hyunchin that she's his girlfriend, but he coldly replies that survival matters more. Choi screams as the bugs close in on her near the locked door. Realizing the danger, she knows now isn't the time to argue. She stares at the forest ahead, searching for a way out. Her legs carry her deeper into the woods, driven by survival, determined to live. She runs while clinging to hope that Hyunchin will return for her. Choi's eyes widen in shock as she sees something unbelievable. She stands before an enormous tree dragon skeleton glowing with energy. She stares at a strange glowing object, wondering what it is. A glowing hand like vine reaches out toward Choi, and she instinctively prepares to receive it. She finds a glowing ring and wonders. A ring? She realizes in shock that it might be a hidden item. The mysterious ring glows as she prepares to put it on. A blue system screen appears in front of her, surprising her completely. She reads the item's name, Parasitic Ring X rank, and is thrilled. The ring boosts development, alters lifespan, and speeds up healing. She's stunned by the effects. One last detail flashes. Death is blocked until incubation ends. Still shocked, she nervously asks, Is that all?" Frustrated, she yells, "How the hell am I supposed to use this?" Suddenly, the bug monsters ambush her, and she screams in terror. Surrounded and helpless, she barely manages to cry out, "Is someone?" The monsters pin her down, and her body is battered and bloodied. She cries in pain, whispering, It hurts. Stop. Barely alive, she weakly begs. Please. The ring on her hand begins to glow mysteriously. She suddenly gasps and jolts up, shocking the monsters around her. Panting and covered in blood, she realizes she's still alive. Choi wakes up, shocked and confused, wondering if she just came back to life. Her eyes widen in panic as she realizes something terrifying. Choi stands frozen as giant praying mantises surround her terrified. Choi screams and runs for her life. Choi is slashed and screams in agony as blood gushes from her wound. The giant mantises swarm her, tearing into her as she cries out. A system message appears. Death is impossible until hatching is complete. Choi revives again, crawling in pain, begging for help and fearing death. Choi screams in terror as a mantise's claw violently strikes her. She cries in agony as her leg is torn apart and begs the creature to stop eating her. Desperate and in tears, Choi calls out to Hyunshin, pleading to be saved. A monstrous mantis looms behind Choi as she lies helpless and terrified. Choi gasps in horror. Her eye wide with dread, blood splatters violently as another brutal attack lands. The same message, death is impossible until hatching is complete, repeats over and over. The system message returns again, showing there's no escape from the cycle. The mantises continue devouring Choi, as she wonders how much time has passed. Choi lies broken, wondering if it's been years or even decades, longing for death. She questions if she's doomed to suffer endlessly. Eaten alive again and again, Choi spots a familiar sword lying on the ground, realizing it's her birthday gift from Hyunshin. She sees the sword has been there all along. Choi realizes in anger that he abandoned her. She remembers how she begged not to come, but he forced her for a hidden item. Surrounded by monsters, she curses being thrown into this nightmare. Filled with rage, Choi grabs her sword. Swearing revenge, Choi charges and slashes through the mantises with a powerful attack. She sees a message pop up. She gained +2 strength after defeating a monster. Surrounded again, Choi stands ready as the monsters scream at her, shocked. She realizes her stats are increasing rapidly after each kill. She defeats another mantis and gains +1 stamina. Choi's wounds begin healing as she grips her sword and smirks. She finally understands how to wield her weapon properly. Overwhelmed with power and madness, Choi bursts into wild laughter. Determined, she faces the swarm and vows to tear them all apart. A determined man swears to survive and make it out for Hyunshin. Choi, now confident and fierce, tells her boyfriend to wait a little longer. She slashes through the enemies with deadly precision and a dark smile. The battlefield is littered with dismembered mantis bodies and purple blood. Choi gets stabbed in the stomach during the intense fight. Breathing heavily and in pain, Choi stands her ground as a mantis growls behind her. A green glow surrounds a mysterious ring on someone's finger. Choi angrily yells and strikes back at the mantis charging toward her. Choi decapitates a mantis, splattering purple blood. She groans in pain, realizing the monster's limb went straight through her. Surrounded by mantises, Choi prepares for another intense battle. With a fearless smirk and glowing body, she dares the monsters to attack again. Choi stands fearless as the mantises hesitate and scream in fear. With glowing red eyes and a sinister grin, she taunts them for being scared. The mantises finally charge at her, screeching wildly. Laughing madly, Choi slashes through them in a frenzy of power. Choi slices through enemies with a smile, thrilled by her growing power. She crouches, craving more kills as mantises approach. She leaps high above the monsters, preparing for a deadly strike. With fury in her eyes, she screams for them to die. A massive red energy blast crashes down, destroying everything in her path. Choi stands among the corpses as the system declares the dungeon cleared after 434 hours, exhausted and bleeding. Choi lowers her head, overwhelmed. She looks up as a message announces her rank has advanced to a rank. A massive door begins to open, and Choi realizes it's finally over. Choi smirks darkly, saying the fight dragged on forever. A wounded mantis weakly squirms in a pool of purple blood. Choi stomps on the mantis, crushing it with force. Laughing maniacally, she declares it's time to get revenge on those who wronged her. Someone yells in anger, questioning how Choi was locked inside the dungeon. A girl furiously accuses Hyunchin of abandoning his own girlfriend. Hyunchin coldly defends himself, saying staying would have gotten them all killed. Another man shrugs off the guilt, saying someone had to survive. The orange-haired girl mocks them for being weak C ranks. The purple-haired girl snaps, yelling that she's done with their elitist attitudes. The black-haired guy panics as she threatens to expose all their actions. The orange-haired girl coldly dismisses it, saying deaths in dungeons don't matter. Hyunchin smiles faintly, hiding something behind his calm face. He softly says, "Nara." Nara angrily asks what if he's the one they leave behind this time. She questions how a C rank like Hyunchin plans to survive a B rank dungeon alone. Hyunchin grabs Nara's shoulder and mocks her fear. He tries to act calm, suggesting they all leave together peacefully. Hyunchin blames Choi for getting left behind. A massive explosion suddenly erupts near the group. Hyunchin and Nara turn around in shock as debris flies everywhere. A girl walks in, surprised everyone is still alive. She smirks and casually says, "Been a while." Everyone is shocked to see her. It's Hyeon Choi. Hyunchin can't believe her casual greeting after everything. He's stunned, wondering how she's even alive after all that. Nara is shocked and stammers, Hyeon Choi." Hyunchin hugs Choi tightly, relieved she survived. He apologizes for not being able to go back for her. Nara quietly says they had no choice, it was for the team. Hyunchin smirks, pretending to agree. "Of course I do." Hyunchin thanks Choi, saying she's always been understanding. Choi smiles eerily and says, "Our Choi." Hyunchin starts to get suspicious and uneasy. He notices her outfit is torn and soaked in blood, but then realizes she doesn't have a single wound. Hyunchin starts sweating and says, "That's weird." A mysterious black-gloved hand rests on Choi's shoulder. The red tracksuit guy cheerfully thanks Choi for not being mad. He says now they can team up again to beat the boss. Choi laughs, surprised they actually waited for her. Hyunchin wonders if he's just being paranoid about everything. The guy in red laughs, pretending he felt guilty for leaving Choi. Hyunchin silently watches as the others walk away together. Choi turns back with a faint, mysterious smile on her face. Hyunchin forces a smile, convincing himself he's overthinking it. Birds scatter as a sudden tremor shakes the forest. A creature's hoof stomps the ground with force. A huge stag-like creature appears. It's the C-rank boss, Dire Knuckle. Hyunchin peeks from behind a tree, silently assessing the threat. He rallies the group, saying, "Gear up, let's handle this like always." Hyunchin instructs Choi to draw the monster's aggro, while the others wait for an opening. He reminds her not to let the monster target anyone else. She agrees casually. Hyunchin starts to say, "Stick to formation," but Choi suddenly charges ahead with her shield, ignoring the plan. The team panics as she rushes off. Hyunchin shouts, "Hey, Hyeon Choi." Choi slams her shield into the ground with force. A massive energy wave bursts out around her. The shockwave blasts through the surrounding forest. The monster's eye flashes, locking onto her. The Dire Knuckle roars in rage. Now fully aggroed, Hyunchin and the red tracksuit guy panic as Choi draws too much attention. Hyunchin yells for everyone to fall in behind Choi quickly. The Dire Knuckle charges straight at Choi with full force. The team rushes in confident they've handled worse than a B-rank boss. Choi braces herself as the monster's huge hooves come crashing down. Hyunchin confidently says they'll be fine if Choi tanks like usual. But suddenly, Choi gets launched high into the air. Hyunchin looks up, stunned and confused. They watch in disbelief as Choi seems to flee mid-battle. The red tracksuit guy gets angry. "If she's just gonna dodge everything." Red tracksuit guy panics and yells. Then the boss monster charges at him with glowing red eyes. He gets brutally impaled, screaming in pain. The others watch in shock. One draws their sword while another gasps. Hyunchin is frozen in horror at what just happened. Choi dives from above, smashing her shield straight into the monster's head. She smirks, standing over her bloodied teammate. "Bet that stung." Laughing, she claims she dodged by accident because she got scared. Hyunchin, trembling and sweating, says, "You guys get it, right?" Hyeon Choi climbs onto the monster's back at full speed. She boldly straddles its head, staring down with zero fear. The monster charges wildly, sending others flying in chaos. Hyunchin screams, "Hyan Choi, have you lost it? What are you doing?" Choi smirks. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Hyunchin yells at Choi to stop and come down from the beast. Choi smirks with glowing eyes, mocking his words. A man is brutally impaled, showing the situation is deadly serious. Hyunchin and others are left speechless and stunned. Choi grabs the beast's fur, ready to charge. Choi challenges them with a chilling smile, ready for a showdown. The beast roars fiercely as it leaps forward with Choi on its back. The beast slams the ground, scattering the group in fear. The group catches their breath after narrowly escaping the attack. She looks around anxiously, unsure of what to do next. Hyunchin assigns roles healing, tanking, and backup for the fight. She panics, admitting she's never faced a boss as a tank before. Hyunchin yells in frustration, warning that they'll all die if they hesitate. Hyunchin takes charge, telling the group to follow his lead or die. Hyunchin stays focused and reassures them he'll support from behind. The team prepares to fight as Hyunchin declares they'll survive this. Choi coldly asks if they're done talking, ready to continue the fight. The team braces for battle, weapons drawn and magic activated. Choi charges on the beast, surprising everyone with her strength. The beast barrels toward them at full speed, shaking the ground. Hyunchin screams at Choi to stop her reckless assault. The orange-haired girl screams and charges forward with both swords. A magical barrier activates as she blocks the beast's powerful attack. Hyunchin watches in shock and relief. She actually blocked the hit. Despite blocking, the girl is violently thrown and badly wounded. She lies bleeding on the ground as the others gasp and rush over. Hyunchin looks stunned and breathless after the brutal clash. Choi is confused and frustrated by how powerful the beast is. A scan reveals the beast's shocking rank stats far stronger than expected. Choi is alarmed to learn the beast isn't C rank, but actually a rank. The scan shows the beast has a mysterious divine blessing active. Choi wonders if the power boost is from a hidden item like the parasitic ring. Frustrated but determined, Hyunchin rushes in to end the fight. Hyunchin gets struck mid-charge and sent flying. Choi, atop the beast, watches Hyunchin struggle to stand. Wounded but calm, Hyunchin calls out to Choi. Choi responds coldly, curious about what he has to say. Hyunchin suspects Choi found a powerful hidden item in a secret dungeon. Standing before the beast, Hyunchin feels how much Choi has changed. Hyunchin softly apologizes to Choi, acknowledging the situation. Hyunchin kneels, worn out, showing sincerity and vulnerability. Choi looks down at him, puzzled by his sudden apology. Hyunchin starts apologizing, but Choi keeps pressing him with "and." He admits his mistakes one by one as Choi demands more. Hyunchin breaks down, saying everything he did was wrong. Choi tells Hyunchin he still doesn't understand why she's truly mad. Choi quietly says it all comes down to one single thing. Hyunchin smiles and gently asks Choi to tell him what he did wrong. Choi's expression turns dark. She says the real problem is Hyunchin even existing. Hyunchin kneels, stunned, as a giant shadow looms over him. A brutal, sudden impact covers the screen in blood. The beast's bloody hoof slams into the ground where Hyunchin was. Choi bursts into maniacal laughter, overwhelmed by madness. Her eye sharpens with a chilling shift in focus. Choi spots the remaining survivor and casually approaches. Nora trembles in fear as Choi calls out to her coldly. Choi asks if Nara wants to live. Nora desperately begs for her life. Hyunchin tries to shut the door while Nora panics, reminding him Choi isn't back yet. Choi's red eyes gleam with a terrifying and knowing expression. Choi begins giving Nora orders. Nora quickly agrees, terrified. Choi tells Nara she was only spared because she tried to stop Hyunchin and warns her to stay human. Nara nervously agrees to follow Choi's orders without hesitation. Choi suddenly says there's one more thing, catching Nara off guard. Choi grabs her sword, warning Nara that saying the wrong thing could be fatal. The beast launches a vicious, blood-soaked attack at Choi. Choi counters the massive assault, protecting both herself and Nara. Choi stands with a bloody sword, smiling fearlessly. Nara replies nervously, trying to be brave. The two walk together, with Choi warning Nara not to betray her. Choi reminds Nara to collect mana stones before leaving. A glowing portal opens as soldiers gather around it. Choi and Nara step out of the portal, arriving in a new world. A dungeon staff member asks what happened to the missing team. Choi casually replies that the others didn't survive. Nara nervously explains how the boss monster suddenly got stronger. Choi bursts into laughter, her back turned. Nara awkwardly claims Choi is crying, trying to cover for her. Nara says they'll leave the monastones and head in first. A guild member is shocked that only 2 C ranks survived a C rank dungeon. Choi and Nara are called by name for questioning. The guildmaster demands a full report with no details left out. The guildmaster yells in anger, not caring about the monster ranking up. He blames Nara for failing her role in the team. Choi yawns, totally unfazed by the situation. Nara panics, worried they'll get in trouble for what Choi did. The guildmaster stresses over how to explain Hyunchin's death. He checks his watch, clearly overwhelmed and anxious. Choi glares silently, unimpressed. She mocks the guildmaster for flaunting luxury while being broke. The guildmaster defends himself, listing his expensive suit and car. Choi complains they risk their lives while he enjoys wealth. The guildmaster clenches his jaw, clearly irritated and cornered. The guildmaster is confused by Choi's sudden boldness. He recalls how Choi used to stay quiet and hide behind Hyunchin. He blames Choi and Nara, telling them they'll be held responsible. He orders them to raid another dungeon immediately, ignoring protests. He shouts that they should be grateful, saying hunters are hard to find. The guildmaster panics, worried about the guild without Hyunchin. He cruelly wishes Choi had died instead of Hyunchin. He mutters that even a C rank like Choi would have been better. He suddenly senses something and turns. Choi attacks him from behind with a powerful strike. He screams in agony, overwhelmed by fear and pain. Everyone is shocked and terrified by Choi's sudden attack. Choi laughs proudly while the guildmaster cries out in pain. She mocks him coldly as he lies injured on the ground. Choi taunts him, saying he's too cowardly to fight like they do. The guildmaster accuses Choi of losing her mind without Hyunchin. Choi mocks him, laughing at how he sounds just like his nephew. She calls his family toxic and says hurting him felt great. Choi admits she's crazy for taking Hyunchin's place in death. The guildmaster is shocked and confused by her words. Choi smirks and says she's done talking about Hyunchin. She announces she's quitting the guild, shocking the guildmaster. Choi tells him he should have treated her better. She teases him, threatening another punch. Choi pauses, ready to deliver one final message. Nara worries about the guildmaster's condition, but Choi shrugs it off. The scene shifts to a peaceful night outside. Choi playfully asks if Nara likes rock bands. Nara says he just bought the shirt from a store. Choi compliments it. Choi admits Hyunchin didn't like it, her mood turning a bit somber. Nara is shocked as Choi bluntly says Hyunchin is dead. Choi cheerfully remembers she killed him herself. She jumps on the bed, proudly shouting about it. Nara silently panics, thinking she's a total psycho. He nervously asks why she suddenly wanted to stay at his place. Choi silently hugs a pillow, looking distant. She asks Nara if she can stay over for a while. Choi says she used to live with Hyunchin and doesn't want to return there. Nara is stunned and too scared to refuse. He agrees hesitantly, and Choi cheers up instantly. Nara admits he quit the guild too. He couldn't stay after everything. He asks Choi if she has another guild lined up, but she says no. Nara asks how she'll manage expenses. Choi says she has some savings. Nara is surprised, saying Hyunchin used to brag about paying for her. Choi clarifies Hyunchin only paid the deposit. They split the rest equally. He sighs in disbelief, annoyed by someone showing off. He panics, realizing she has no plan and might never leave. He nervously asks Choi what her next steps are, hoping she has a plan. Choi blankly admits she doesn't feel like doing anything right now. Choi admits she's lost now, having already achieved all her goals. He's speechless and questions what exactly she accomplished. Choi casually reveals her goal was killing every one of them with a sweet smile. He nervously thanks her for sparing him, still unsure if he's safe. Choi bursts out laughing, clearly enjoying his terrified reaction. Choi asks if he's hungry, and he admits he's starving. He realizes they haven't eaten all day and suggests chicken or jokbal. Choi shrugs, saying anything's fine, then recalls being scolded for late-night eating. He's shocked after hearing what her ex told her. Angrily, he calls the ex a bastard and says good riddance. Choi calmly asks why he's so mad, and he fires back, "Wouldn't you be pissed?" Choi smiles warmly, touched that someone got mad for her. He brushes it off, calls the ex a lunatic, and decides to order food. Still angry, he insists on getting jokbal, and Nara excitedly agrees. Later, he peacefully falls asleep. Choi lies awake, silently thinking beside his sleeping form. Choi reflects, realizing it's been a long time since she thought about what she really wants. She decides she doesn't want to enter dungeons anymore. She doesn't want to join any more guilds either, just rest. Choi dreams of doing small jobs and living a peaceful life. Suddenly, she jolts awake, eyes wide with fear. Choi gasps awake, panting and shaken from a strange sensation. Terrified, she clutches her stomach, unsure of what just happened. Her panic grows as she senses something inside her stomach. She sits up in bed, convinced there's something inside her body. With glowing eyes, Choi wonders if this strange feeling is the real reason. Choi tries to take off the glowing ring, thinking it's safer that way. A system alert appears. It's a parasitic ring that can't be removed. She questions if it's a bound item and finds the name unsettling. Frustrated, Choi insists she doesn't care and tries to yank it off anyway. As she pulls, a surge of energy shocks her body, making her scream in pain. Choi stares at her glowing body, confused and alarmed. She wonders if the ring truly can't be removed. A system message reveals the ring regenerates the wearer and prevents death until something hatches. She remembers seeing a similar message in a dungeon and questions what's supposed to hatch. A horrifying memory flashes of a monstrous creature bursting out of someone's body. Shocked and speechless, Choi is frozen in fear. Choi acknowledges the ring saved her, but she still feels uneasy. She looks at the glowing ring, knowing she can't relax yet. Determined, she decides she must remove the ring no matter what. Choi plans to investigate the ring but avoids official channels. She realizes revealing an X-grade item would cause problems, so she'll go underground. As morning light filters in, Choi sits in silence, lost in thought. With a smirk, Choi silently promises it's not over yet. He asks why she went to the hospital. She lies, blaming a stomach ache. Choi calmly drops a bomb. She wants to live with him. He freaks out instantly, yelling, "What?" No, Choi insists she'll pay rent, but he panics, saying the house is too small. Choi smirks and casually suggests they just move into a bigger place together. He's caught off guard and confused by her sudden proposal. Panicking, he shouts no, while Choi playfully asks why. Choi gives him an extreme ultimatum: die or live with her. He still screams no. She finally gives in, saying she'll leave after saving money. She doesn't want to go to Hunchin's. He reminds her she quit the guild, and she casually says she'll get a part-time job. Choi ominously smiles and suggests entering a dogfight instead. He freaks out, yelling that she's insane for even considering it. With a confident smirk, Choi promises she'll make money for them both. A crowd gathers to watch an underground fight called a dog fight. The fights involve awakened people ranked C or lower, not actual dogs. Winners earn money through illegal betting in the ring. Nara is shocked to learn someone might be hiding their real rank. Choi casually admits her license says C rank, so it's fine. Choi justifies the fraud, saying it's already illegal anyway. Nara stays quiet, clearly thinking hard. Nara reluctantly agrees to go along. Nara tries to stay optimistic about getting their money back. Choi laughs, happy Nara is finally on board. Nara is surprised that the dogfight arena looks so normal. Choi says her younger sibling told her about it, surprising Nara. Choi confidently walks in while Nara nervously questions it. They enter the building. An old woman is addressed as sister while knitting. Choi says she's looking for something, with Nara standing behind. The woman calmly asks what Choi is looking for. Choi shows her license to the woman, surprising her. The license reveals Choi's full name, rank, and role. The woman advises Choi to stop overthinking and just join a guild. Choi casually reveals she already quit the guild yesterday. The woman suggests rejoining the guild since C ranks get jobs easily, but Choi says she's just taking a break. The woman questions Choi's complaints and says she's just privileged. Choi stays silent, while the woman stares at her seriously. The woman grows suspicious while observing Choi. She suddenly accuses Choi of having killed someone, shocking Nara. Choi casually asks if she can pay by card. The woman scolds her lightly, explaining that card payments cost extra. She processes the payment without issue. Then she directs them down the hallway. Choi walks through a beaded curtain to enter. Nana complains about high fees, but Choi brushes it off, confident they'll profit. The arena is packed with a roaring crowd and bright lights. Two fighters in the ring complain about only being able to use cash. Choi looks around confused, noticing someone is missing. She narrows her eyes, realizing something's off. Nara is now serious, handling cash, while others are shocked by how much she brought. She returns to Choi, who reacts with surprise. Choi glares silently, clearly annoyed. Nara panics, confused by Choi's reaction. Choi scolds Nara for staying quiet earlier, blaming her for a huge fee. Nara argues that Choi can afford the fee, while Choi reminds her it was deposit money. Choi yells back, saying it's not even her house and now she's homeless. Choi suddenly changes topic and asks if it's Nara's first time here. A red-haired man confidently approaches their seats. With a smile, he asks if he can sit next to Choi. Choi politely allows the red-haired man to sit next to her. He casually asks who she's betting on. Two fighters, Desert and Sea, are introduced in the ring. Choi surprises him by saying she's not betting, she's joining the fight. The red-haired man says he'll bet on someone strong. Choi is surprised when he implies he means her. She wonders if he knows her real rank and questions his lack of bias. Choi tries to inspect him, but his stats are hidden except for high agility. Choi is stunned that her inspect skill isn't working. She realizes the red-haired guy must be a rank or higher. The red-haired guy sits silently, raising questions about his motive. He confronts them, questioning why a rank like him would enter a C rank event. The red-haired guy doubts their license check was skipped. He directly asks Choi if she's using a fake identity. Choi shuts him down, telling him to stop prying and just watch. Nara defends them, showing they have legit hunter licenses. The red-haired guy smirks, clearly not convinced. Nara angrily tells him to stop causing trouble if he's drunk. Nara freaks out, claiming the red-haired guy is drunk. From Nara's point of view, the guy looks like a charming old man. Choi is confused, while Nara insists he looks like a bald grandpa. Choi laughs, surprised by how thick his hair actually is. The red-haired guy laughs off the insult, leaving Choi confused. Choi suspects he used a special item to conceal his rank. The guy laughs mischievously while Choi doubts his identity. A loud buzzer signals the start of the match. Two fighters step into the arena, hyped as Desert and Sea warriors. Nara gets excited as the match officially starts. Nara warns the red-haired guy to behave or get kicked out. Choi notes that low-ranked people can't even see the fighter clearly. The first fighter is introduced as Park Deok-soo, an E rank. The second fighter is Shim Bi-yeon. Nara asks Choi who might win, and Choi says rank usually decides it. Nara cheers confidently, having bet on the D rank fighter. The red-haired guy warns her to switch bets as the fight heats up. Park Deok-soo powers through the assault with fierce determination. He takes Shim Bi-yeon down hard, shocking Nara. The fighters brawl violently as Choi laughs at the chaos. One fighter bites the other, drawing blood and screams. The group reacts. Choi sees him losing, and Nara panics. The red-haired guy calls out reality as the E rank fights dirty. Nara panics, insisting her bet will pay off with a counterattack. The E rank fighter wins, but he collapses immediately after. Nara stares in shock, mourning her lost money. She dramatically cries out as her 300 flies away like birds. The red-haired guy smirks, reminding her that he warned her. Choi laughs, finding the chaotic fight extremely funny. Nora grabs Choi, furious about losing after trusting her. Nora shouts about her lost money, but Choi stays silent. Choi glares with glowing red eyes, demanding an explanation. Nora freezes in fear, completely shocked by Choi's aura. Nora quickly apologizes and nervously asks when Choi will fight. Choi walks away, saying she's changed her mind about fighting. Nora yells after her, but Choi coldly warns her to be grateful. Choi starts to suspect the red-haired guy used something illegal. The red-haired guy is called out from behind. He turns around, teasing Choi for backing out and showing conscience. Choi blames him for ruining her chance to earn and demands compensation. He's shocked, telling her to use her rank properly and join a guild. Choi casually calls it a hobby and questions why he's even here. She suspects he even used illegal items just for fun. He coolly replies it's also a hobby and reminds her he ignored her scam. Choi leans close to a red-haired man, demanding access to distribution channels. He refuses. Choi smirks and asks where he got the item. The red-haired man mocks her, saying he won't reveal it and accuses her of planning something shady. Choi sighs and teases him for being so uptight. Choi and the red-haired guy turn around, shocked by a sudden noise. Police storm in shouting, "Illegal gambling raid, arrest them all." The red-haired guy sighs and suggests they leave to avoid trouble. Choi grabs his arm and asks, "Go where?" He looks at her and says, "What are you doing?" She replies, "Choose." Choi smirks and says, "Take me there, or get arrested with me right now," she adds, gripping his arm. Chibai-style Choi and Nara cling to the red-haired guy, refusing to let go while he shouts in frustration. A man points at the red-haired guy, yelling to arrest him. The guy mocks back. "Officer Tilda, take this guy away, Tilda." Someone sarcastically thanks Choi, while she groans in anger. "Ugh, seriously." The scene shifts to a quiet building in the forest at sunset. A massive explosion erupts, sending flames and debris everywhere. The red-haired guy and others are caught mid-air by the blast impact. They land safely and start sprinting away from the explosion. The girl jokes about destroying buildings, but he tells her to stop talking and follow him. The red-haired guy questions her actions, asking if she plans to become a criminal. She grins and says she just wants to appraise her item and maybe buy something useful. While running, he asks her rank. She says to check it himself, but he can't see it. He tells her to raise her rank, and she complains that he makes tough things sound easy. Under a starry night sky, gasps are heard from the forest. Choi leans against a tree, panting and saying, "Phew." She watches the red-haired guy run ahead, thinking he's too fast to be a rank. As he glances back, she wonders could he actually be S rank? Choi asks how far they're going. The red-haired guy replies, "We're here." Choi looks confused and says, "Huh?" She follows him deeper into the forest, asking, "This is the place?" He reaches out and touches something on the ground. He warns her not to say his name inside. She jokes, asking if he's really that famous. The red-haired guy says his name is Kim Dongju and asks if they can skip formalities. Choi smirks and casually agrees, saying, "Fine." Choi asks his age. He replies, 26. She confirms they're the same age and says, "Nice to meet you." They enter a hidden underground market. Choi is amazed there's a place like this inside a cave. A vendor comments on strange finds, wondering who digs caves like this. Kim Dongju answers, saying hunters do this kind of work. He explains many hunters here have criminal records or turn to crime after awakening. Choi asks how he knows. He says he used to hang around here. She teases him about being a former criminal. Choi says she's not a criminal and asks if he runs a guild. Kim Dongju replies that he's just part of one. She asks which one. He smirks and says, "Secret." An old appraiser examines Choi's item and says he can't sense anything it's suspicious. The appraiser looks at the ring and asks Choi where she got it. Choi says she found it in a dungeon, and it's bound she can't remove it. The appraiser is puzzled, saying it should be removable. Choi explains that's why she came all the way here. Kim Dongju asks if there's any way to remove the ring. The appraiser says it's their first time seeing such a thing. Choi stays silent. The appraiser admits they can't figure it out either. The appraiser asks to try removing it. Choi agrees. The appraiser carefully tries to pull the ring off Choi's finger. As the appraiser tries to remove the ring, Choi suddenly clutches her side in pain. The appraiser jumps back in shock, shouting, "Whoa!" Choi explains it hurts whenever someone tries to take it off. It happened last night too. The appraiser finds it strange. The appraiser says they can't appraise it, but will try to learn its name. They ask, "What's the name of the item?" Choi focuses, trying to read the item's name. She sees it just says unknown, and decides not to reveal anything for now. The appraiser admits it's beyond her skills and offers the service for free. Choi quietly responds, "Is that so?" Choi stands up and says, "Then I'll be going." Choi's eyes widen as something catches her attention. She notices a golden earring on display. It's identified as a shadow earring. See, it conceals the wearer's stats, but doesn't work on those 2 ranks above. Choi holds it up, surprised, and says, "It hides my stats?" Choi thinks if she uses it, even S ranks won't be able to read her stats. She turns to ask the price of the earring. The appraiser says it's 300 and doubts a low rank like her needs it. Choi eagerly responds, "I'm sure," and asks if they accept cards. Choi touches the earring she just bought, feeling satisfied with how it looks. She walks beside Kim Dongju, asking if her rank is still visible. He confirms it's hidden from those below S rank. She mentions the item's limit only ineffective against this plus and higher, while Kim Dongju suggests she might still meet someone that's strong. Curious, he questions what kind of item could hide her rank so well, surprising Choi with his interest. Choi dashes off excitedly, impressing Kim Dongju with her speed. Kim Dongju sighs as Choi looks irritated and deep in thought. Choi considers visiting another appraiser, but worries it could cause rumors. Still unsure, she clutches her arm, desperately searching for another solution. Suddenly, her eyes widen. She's struck by an idea and knows what to do next. Choi remembers the hidden dungeon and believes it might hold the solution she needs. It's revealed only 11 hidden dungeons exist globally, with 1 located in Korea and 2 have reappeared before. She realizes hidden dungeons reset after being cleared, so the one she visited must still be active somewhere. Determined, she vows to explore all possible dungeons to return the ring to its rightful place. Choi feels frustrated knowing she must join a guild to access dungeons again. Kim Dongju quietly watches her struggle without saying a word. He returns to the appraiser, angrily arguing over the overpriced item. Calling her greedy, he criticizes the poor appraisal and suggests retirement. The appraiser snaps back, denying the need to retire, and wonders if a new dungeon appeared, insisting she'd know if it did. Kim Dongju silently pulls out a check for 300,000 won to pay. He hesitates for a moment, lost in thought. Remembering he just cleared a dungeon, he hands the full payment to the smiling appraiser. As he leaves, he cheekily calls her "old lady," making her yell back in annoyance. He then approaches Choi and casually confirms her name, Hyeon Choi, catching her by surprise. Kim Dongju smirks and reveals he enjoys collecting rare items. Choi sarcastically offers the ring but reminds him it can't be removed. He grabs her hand, saying there's always a way to take it off. With a sinister smile, he jokes that he could just take the whole finger. Choi forces a nervous smile, calling his hobby nasty. Kim Dongju finds it suspicious no new dungeons appeared, yet Choi has a mysterious item. With a sharp grin, he accuses her of entering a hidden dungeon, catching her off guard. Choi realizes his true motive and regrets being led there so easily. Glaring at him from a distance, she clenches her fists and prepares to confront this bastard. Kim Dongju stares in shock, realizing Choi was hiding a massive amount of mana. She struggles under the pressure, surprised by how overwhelming just one rank difference feels. A flashback shows her surrounded by monstrous insects, completely outnumbered. Compared to the terror she faced on that day, the current situation feels far less daunting. Choi screams, unleashing an overwhelming burst of power. Kim Dongju reacts in shock as her energy surges violently toward him. The impact blasts through the surroundings, sending everything flying. He clutches his head in disbelief, yelling out amid the chaos. Onlookers panic, stunned that someone is using a powerful skill outside the dungeon. It's said that awakened ones instinctively submit to those of higher rank. But Choi lacks that instinct completely, defying natural submission. It's as if that instinct was cut away, severed unnaturally. The question lingers, was she born that way, or did something in the dungeon change her? Choi and Kim Dongju face each other amid the wreckage. Both breathing heavily, he wonders if her origins even matter. With a defiant grin, Choi raises her hand and tells him to take the ring, calling him a bastard. Kim Dongju backs off playfully, admitting his joke went too far. Internally, he's convinced if anyone can find the hidden dungeon, it's her. He tells her the only way to understand that item is to follow one path forward. Kim Dongju offers his help, suggesting they search for the hidden dungeon together. Nara lies sulking on the bed, refusing to eat. Choi tempts her with jokbal, her favorite, but Nara stays silent and gloomy. Choi even mentions she brought saju, but Nara is clearly upset about more than just food. Bursting with frustration, Nara yells at Choi for abandoning her during the building collapse. As Choi defends herself, she reminds Nara that they also left her behind too. Later, Choi casually munches on jokbal and checks if Nara has calmed down. Sniffling, Nara nods and quietly agrees while eating with puffy eyes. She brings up money issues, asking Choi if she wants to start prepping for a guild job. Choi declines, saying she plans to search for the hidden dungeon again and will be coming home late. Nara freaks out, shocked by Choi's decision to go back to the hidden dungeon. Choi casually says she's going dungeon grinding, which confuses Nara more. Choi reassures her the issue is settled. Kim Dongju is helping her. Nara is stunned to hear it's the S-rank Kim Dongju. Choi finds it amusing that Nara recognizes his name now, but didn't notice him earlier when he was right beside her. Choi angrily questions Nara's story about a back alley fight, calling it unbelievable. Nara shows Choi a photo of Kim Dongju on his phone to prove his point. Choi mocks Nara, pointing out that the real Kim Dongju is clearly much younger than the man Nara mistook him for. Kim Dongju is revealed to be a member of the powerful P-Hyok Guild, surprising Choi and Nara. Nara slams the table in shock after hearing the unbelievable truth. He's stunned that the old man they mocked was actually legit. Choi explains the man used an item to disguise himself, leaving Nara terrified. Choi admits they talked nonsense, while Nara awkwardly apologizes over dinner. Nara feels too embarrassed to ask to join the P-Hyok Guild now. Nara angrily defends P-Hyok Guild, saying it guarantees a secure future and benefits. P-Hyok Guild is introduced as an elite organization founded by one of only 2 SS ranks in the world. 3 out of the current 8 S-rank hunters belong to the P-Hyok Guild. Its immense power grants the guild influence equivalent to an entire nation. P-Hyok stands tall as the strongest guild in the entire world. Nara explains how tough it is to enter the guild while Choi happily enjoys her food. Seeing her enjoy the food, Nara encourages Choi to eat more. Choi looks up curiously, surprised by someone's presence. Kim Dongju looks confused as Choi stares at him unexpectedly. Choi admits she finds it cool that Dongju is in P-Hyok, catching him off guard. Choi is confused why Kim Dongju brought something strange before entering the dungeon. Dongju smirks and tells Choi to follow without revealing his plan. As they walk, Dongju turns back with something important to say. Dongju warns Choi that illegal dungeons are far more dangerous than she thinks. A glowing portal to the illegal dungeon appears before them. A ferocious lizard monster charges in with a loud screech. The monster is instantly crushed. It's just an F-rank regular enemy. Choi easily defeats it and mocks how weak the threat was. Kim Dongju smirks, saying only low-ranked monsters appear in most illegal dungeons, while Choi jokes about getting revenge. Kim Dongju calmly defeats a monster and explains why they search all kinds of dungeons. He mocks Choi's oversized shield, and she tells him to shut it. A large monster's claw hits the ground with force, signaling danger. A powerful lizard General E-rank boss monster appears before they even find the dungeon. Kim Dongju and Choi discuss whether to search more or defeat the boss now. Choi pauses to think, scanning the area calmly. The lizard monster growls, confused by her reaction. Without hesitation, Choi dashes forward to strike. She defeats the monster instantly, stating there's no point wasting time if the dungeon hasn't appeared. Choi decides to move on quickly, saying she doesn't have time to waste. They choose to explore another dungeon instead. Suddenly, a fierce bug-like monster screeches and attacks. Nara uses his shield to block a deadly strike from the monster. Nara struggles to hold the defense and desperately calls Hyunchin for help. A hand suddenly grabs Choi's shoulder, calling her name. A boy coldly tells Choi to die in his place during the crisis. He cruelly justifies it by reminding her of his family's financial support. He pushes her forward to sacrifice her. Choi looks back in shock, betrayed and stunned by his actions. Choi is thrown into a pit of monsters, told to earn her keep. She jolts awake from the nightmare, screaming in terror. Gasping and sweating, she recalls the intense memory. Her hands tremble, but she clenches her fist, reminding herself that death is final. Choi sits frustrated, realizing that even her dreams are haunted by that traitor. Nara sleeps peacefully while the other girl watches her in silence. Choi stays quiet but clearly holds doubts about Nara. She suspects Nara will eventually leave her too. Though she considers killing her, she decides it's not the right time. She plans to resolve something within herself before taking further steps. She looks into the fridge, determined to live without any more burdens. Choi calmly pours a drink while thinking to herself. Suddenly, Nara rushes past her in a panic, shouting that she's late. Nara hurriedly puts on her shoes for the Hwaejun Guild interview, while Choi casually watches with a drink. Nara panics over the alarm not going off, and Choi offers her a ride. Nara reminds Choi she doesn't even own a car. Nara is left shocked when a luxury car appears. Kim Dongju suddenly appears, greeting her with a smile. Nara freaks out in surprise, stunned to see Kim Dongju in person. Choi tells Nara to speak casually with Kim Dongju since they're the same age, but Nara freaks out. Nara panics internally, fearing Kim Dongju remembers something bad she did. She freezes in terror as anxiety takes over. Overwhelmed, she dramatically begs for mercy. Choi is surprised Nara fainted, while Kim Dongju finds her amusing. Kim Dongju speeds down the road in his car. Choi asks Nara where she wants to be dropped off, and Nara weakly points to a traffic light. Kim Dongju casually confirms the guild name, and Nara replies Hwaejun. Choi recalls how the guild leader returned from a hidden dungeon, which boosted the guild's success. When Choi suggests teaming up with the guild, Kim Dongju bluntly says he doesn't like them. Nara nervously tries to diffuse tension as Choi and Kim Dongju bicker over who's really cooperating. Two suited men greet them at the dungeon entrance. Kim Dongju asks about the dungeon status, and they're told it's clear to enter. Choi questions who the men are, and Kim Dongju explains they're guild members. He mocks her for assuming an illegal dungeon wouldn't have staff, while Choi playfully threatens to report him. Choi warns Kim Dongju he might get in trouble too, but he refuses to go with the Hwaejun Guild leader. Choi shrugs it off and confidently suggests they just enter and part ways afterward. Kim Dongju is caught off guard by her boldness, amusing the staff nearby. He snaps at the guild members for staring, telling them to stay outside. Still a bit irritated, he wonders why they're laughing. Regaining focus, he prepares to enter the dungeon and search again. Choi waits outside, impatient and frustrated by how long it's taking. Suddenly, a strange sensation comes from the ring on her finger. Shocked, She wonders why it's happening now. She stares at the ring, confused and uneasy. With doubt in her eyes, she questions her own sanity and even considers removing her finger. Kim Dongju arrives, and Choi snaps at him angrily for being late. Kim Dongju playfully apologizes, while Choi coldly thinks he's acting too cool. She regains focus, realizing she needs more information before doing anything drastic. Determined, she resolves to find the hidden dungeon fast. 1 month later, floating islands appear in the sky. A group of fierce, three-eyed flying creatures shriek and descend through the sky. A giant clawed bird swoops down toward Choi, but she stands unfazed. The monster charges a powerful energy blast. Choi counters with explosive force, tearing through the bird's mid-air. Kim Dongju watches her intense attacks, surprised by how aggressive she is. As Choi walks off, he realizes she's still searching and likely didn't find what she wanted today. Choi's eyes glow intensely, filled with fury and determination. She lunges at Kim Dongju with explosive speed and force. He catches her hands playfully, laughing and asking why she's acting so fired up. Choi glares at him, power surging, and demands to know if he's trying to challenge her. Choi grips Kim Dongju's hand tightly, filled with tension. He launches himself and Choi high into the air, saying he won't hold back. They clash mid-air, landing hard on the edge of the floating island. Choi pants heavily, her eyes glowing with intensity. Suddenly, she looks stunned and confused, questioning what just happened. Kim Dongju tells Choi to rest while he handles the boss fight himself. As he walks away, she stands motionless, overwhelmed and silent. Choi gasps, gripping her head as confusion and panic rise. She questions her own actions, disturbed by what she just did. Doubts flood her mind as she wonders if seeking the hidden dungeon is even the right path, especially as her body feels more unstable. Choi clutches the ring tightly, sensing it's trying to take over her body. Later that evening, she returns home and calls out to Nara. Nara greets her casually, noticing something is off. Nara shares she was rejected from another job. Choi responds that she also hasn't made any progress in the past month. To shift the mood, Choi hands over the groceries and suggests they just eat. Nara looks curious as she holds up a shirt, wondering what's going on. Nara vents about struggling to find a job, blaming her weak C-rank buffer role. Still frustrated, Nara curses her fate as a buffer and plans to find a hidden dungeon tomorrow. Choi quietly admits her desire to become stronger. Choi suggests hunting monsters, but Nara complains she's not combat type. Choi bluntly says there's nothing Nara can do, leaving her stunned. Nara asks if Choi's strength came from a hidden dungeon item. Choi, feeling left out, wonders if she should join the dungeon hunt too. Choi glares coldly, expressing her hatred for her current life. Nara complains, wishing she could get stronger as easily as Choi did. Choi remembers being helplessly eaten by mantises, unable to die. Covered in blood, Choi reveals her strength came from brutal survival. Choi stares fiercely, furious that Nara judged her without knowing. With chilling intent, Choi questions if she should kill Nara right now. Nara laments being looked down on and wishes for success like other hunters. Choi questions Nara's view of her as lucky, catching her off guard. Choi mocks Nara's insensitivity while pouring a drink, clearly annoyed. Nara panics, trying to explain himself before Choi gets angrier. Choi stares sharply, demanding Nara clarify what he really meant. Nara panics and apologizes, blaming his drunken outburst. He realizes too late the weight of his words. To Choi flashbacks show the brutal battlefield where he barely survived. Fear grips Nara as he worries Choi might actually kill him now. Nara begs Choi to ignore what he said, and realizing his mistake, Nara panics in regret. Choi sighs, thinking how little Nara understands. She tells him to finish the meal but never say such things again. An awkward silence falls between them as they quietly eat. Choi stays silent, holding her drink with a cold expression. She calls out to Nara, grabbing his attention. Choi reveals she nearly died but found a mysterious ring. Nara assumes the ring saved her and nervously asks. Choi explains the ring isn't that powerful or convenient. She tells him the only way to grow stronger is to kill again and again. Nara looks confused and surprised by Choi's words. He questions her logic. Unsure how it all adds up, Nara points out Choi is a tank. How could she kill so many mantises? He realizes the timing doesn't add up and questions how she grew stronger so fast. Choi silently reaches for food, avoiding the question. Nara asks Choi what really happened inside the dungeon. Choi calmly says she died many times. She explains she was killed by mantises thousands of times. Despite being torn apart, she always revived and wanted it to end. Nara struggles to understand how she kept dying yet survived. Choi admits she just kept dying and killing, that's how she became strong. She reflects on how she once hated it all and never wanted power or rare items. Choi reflects on her suffering, unable to understand why she went through it. She explains that no time passed outside while she endured endless torment inside. With a calm smile, Choi says that's simply how she became strong. Nara stares in disbelief, realizing how insane her experience truly was. Nara jokes about joining Choi in hidden dungeons, unaware of her pain. He reflects, realizing how clueless he truly was. Struggling to make sense of her story, Nara admits his confusion. Choi tells him he doesn't need to understand, just accept that it happened. Nara asks Choi why she saved him. He blames her for not stopping him from closing the door. Choi stays silent, visibly conflicted. Suddenly, she bursts out laughing. She mocks him, saying she saved him on a whim, not because he was worth it. Nara sits quietly, unsure how to respond. Nara lowers his head and softly apologizes. Choi remains silent, her expression unreadable. Later, Nara is teased for crying but quickly denies it. Kim Dongju casually talks about receiving apologies before. Choi, mid-battle, skeptically asks who apologized to him. Kim Dongju replies it was just people close to him, as he finishes off the boss. Kim Dongju says he was only apologized to once as a kid. Choi quietly admits she always thought she'd be the one apologizing. Flashback shows Choi rushing into a dungeon, calling out for Hyunchin. Nara shouts that Choi isn't inside yet and refuses to close the door. Despite that, Nara apologizes later, weighed down by guilt. Choi is shocked. She never expected an apology from someone like him, especially when it wasn't even his fault. Choi smiles softly, feeling like someone finally understands her. Dongju looks thoughtful as someone suspects his change is because of Nala. He notices Choi's calm behavior and wonders what caused the shift. Dongju debates whether to bring someone along to control Choi, but fears being exposed. He considers Nala might be the reason Choi is acting differently. Dongju panics as he's caught returning. His sister angrily demands where he's been. He realizes he's in trouble if she finds out he went dungeon diving. She confronts him sternly, saying she knows everything. Dongju casually lies, claiming he was just visiting the black market. She firmly starts confirming the rules with him. She questions if he went dungeon hunting behind her back. Dongju nervously denies it, claiming he didn't. She misunderstands and angrily thinks he cursed at her, then punches him. Dongju shouts in pain after getting hit. His sister yells back, furious and charging at him. She dashes in, furious that he disrespected her. She punches him while scolding about guild troubles. Dongju shouts he wasn't slacking as their fists clash. She angrily questions what Dongju was doing instead of working. He nervously replies that he was dating. She's stunned and shocked by the answer. She grabs him furiously, demanding how he even got a girlfriend. He defends himself, shocked that his sister is this angry over his love life. She asks how and where he even met the girl. He explains he met her while watching underground fights. He admits she was just his type when he saw her by chance. He says he started talking to her, and now they're kind of dating. His sister sarcastically asks if the girl is even real. She then seriously questions why the girl was at the fight. He explains the girl is just a C-rank hunter, not part of any guild, and recently quit to take a break. He explains that since the girl is free, they've been spending time together and are now in a casual relationship phase. He internally apologizes, admitting he's prioritizing himself. She gets angry and tells him he's wasting time on romance. He defends himself, frustrated by her constant questioning. She yells that he's not even working, while he insists that he is working. She warns him to behave, saying the guild master is reaching his limit. He sighs and thinks maybe he should lay low for a while. He explains the real reason she's being so harsh because they don't have reliable teammates. In a flashback, a panicked leader yells at his team to stay in formation against incoming monsters. The team launches into battle, catching their enemies off guard. The red-haired guy rushes ahead, claiming the monster for himself. His sister lands a devastating strike, blood splattering everywhere. She smirks confidently and mocks him, saying, "Think again." Normally, teams follow the leader in dungeons, but the siblings just treat it like a rivalry. A spiky monster charges down, surprising everyone. The red-haired guy complains about his weak weapon while dodging. The sister laughs as he struggles, clearly enjoying the chaos. Meanwhile, another group is in danger, with one guy wounded and another girl screaming. They caused so much trouble that no one in the guild wanted to team up with them. The girl wonders if there's anyone decent left to join their team. The boy nervously asks if it's really necessary to find someone. She jokes about getting someone who matches their chaotic style. He suggests adding a clueless newbie. She laughs, saying no newbie could survive them. He agrees. He sighs and says he'll start looking for someone. She slyly suggests his girlfriend could join them. He's shocked and confused by the suggestion. She questions his reaction, reminding him his girlfriend is an unaffiliated hunter. She excitedly suggests going on dungeon dates as a couple. Her expression turns intense, obsessed with monster killing. He backs away, freaked out by her sudden shift. He panics, asking when the meetup is. Internally, he screams that she's completely lost her mind. Nara sighs deeply outside a house at night, feeling mentally exhausted. She walks alone, unsure and hesitant about returning home. Nara recalls yesterday's intense events, especially Choi's shocking confession. Looking up at her building, Nara feels awkward about facing someone she just had an emotional moment. Nara reaches for the door lock, thinking she has no choice since Choi has nowhere else to stay. She walks in tiredly, mentally exhausted after everything that happened. Choi suddenly opens the door and startles Nara with a loud greeting. Nara panics and asks why Choi is home early, clearly not ready to see her yet. Choi laughs and says she was waiting for Nara, leaving Nara confused and surprised. Choi cheerfully announces she's moving out, surprising Nara. Nara is completely shocked and confused by Choi's sudden decision. Earlier, Choi lays in bed, frustrated and mentally drained. She stares blankly, thinking about her failure to locate the hidden dungeon again. Choi lies on the bed, frustrated, unable to understand the strange ring affecting her body. She remembers how nothing unusual happened today, but worries what might happen next. Looking at the ring on her finger, she becomes convinced it's the source of her problems. Choi thinks it's only safe inside dungeons outside. The ring could put her in danger. She realizes the place she spends most of her non-dungeon time is Nara's house. Nara reacts awkwardly to the idea of calling it our house, unsure how to feel. Choi cheerfully explains that's why she's decided to move out. Nara asks when she plans to move and if she already has a place in mind. Choi says she hasn't found one yet and might need about 2 weeks. As they eat together, Nara is surprised by Choi's cooking skills and asks if she made it all. Choi proudly replies she can cook anything as long as she has the ingredients. Choi says she was nervous about cooking after a long time, but it all came back to her naturally. She mentions cooking daily when living with someone named An Hyunchin, and Nara suddenly chokes in shock at her harsh comment. As Nara coughs, Choi innocently tells him to eat slowly, unaware she caused it. Nara gets frustrated and blurts out that she's the one who made him choke. She grumbles in annoyance while continuing to eat, clearly fed up. Nara looks at his phone and asks who the message is from. His eyes widen in shock as he reads something unexpected. Choi gasps and stands up, startled by his sudden reaction. Nara excitedly tells Choi that he passed the first test, unable to hold back his joy. Choi excitedly asks which guild accepted him, curious about the news. Nara shouts with joy that it's the Pihyok Guild and thanks the heavens. He prays to pass the next round too, even joking he'd become a pet if needed. Nara explains the next test is in 3 days and includes a dungeon mission with other candidates. She adds there's a training camp starting tomorrow to prepare for the dungeon. Nara and Choi celebrate loudly, cheering and joking about drinking so much they can't feel their faces. Loud cheers echo from the house as Nara and Choi excitedly continue their celebration. Nara lies on the bed laughing wildly, feeling like he's on top of the world. Choi watches Nara being silly and drunk, amused as he wishes her good night. Choi cuddles a pillow, feeling cozy, and sweetly tells Nara good night with a smile. Nara lies awake, silently lost in thought. She softly calls out to Choi, unsure how to voice what's on his mind. Nara asks if she thinks he'll do okay, revealing his hidden self-doubt. Choi teasingly accuses him of fishing for compliments, making the mood lighter. Embarrassed and flustered, Nara jumps up, shouting that he's not fishing for praise. Nara blushes and gives up arguing, feeling embarrassed for expecting reassurance. Still unsure, he asks what Choi really means as he tries to process her words. Choi gently tells him to just be himself, reminding him of the praise he once received in the Hanshin Guild. Nara's nervousness fades, and he smiles softly, feeling comforted. She quietly thanks her, truly appreciating the support. Choi grins to herself, thinking she was right about Nara needing encouragement. She lies in bed, hears her phone buzz, and curiously glances at it. Annoyed, Choi wonders who could be texting at such a late hour. She checks the message and sees an unexpected offer and invitation to join Pihyok Guild. Hoi reads the message and smirks, amused by the unexpected offer from Pihyok Guild. The message on her screen confirms the guild invitation, and she quietly chuckles to herself. She lies back down, unsure of the sender's true intentions, suspecting a hidden trap. The next morning arrives, showing the outside of the house in daylight. Kim Dongju sighs and holds his head, hinting at a new complication tied to the guild. A stylish blonde woman greets Choi politely, calling her by name. Choi looks confused and surprised by the sudden greeting. The woman introduces herself as Kim Dongju's sister and says she's heard a lot about Choi. Choi is suspicious, wondering why Dongju spoke about her and why his sister is suddenly here. Kim Dongju looks uneasy, silently questioning what his sister is up to. She casually denies any strange sibling feelings and says she came to meet Choi in person. With a confident smile, she says Choi is the first to reject a Pihyok scout offer. She steps forward, stating she's here to officially extend the invitation. Facing Choi directly, she asks if Choi will now consider joining Pihyok. She confidently says it's an offer no hunter could refuse, full of rare benefits. Choi listens as the woman explains it's a miracle for a low-ranked hunter to even be noticed. Kim Dongju adds that although Choi's rank is low, she only needs to join them on dungeon runs. He assures her he'll protect her during missions, despite the risk. The woman emphasizes it's a rare opportunity and sweetens the deal, promising lots of money. Choi firmly rejects the offer with a cold no. The woman is shocked and yells in disbelief at Choi's refusal. Kim Dongju quietly smiles and agrees with her decision, saying, "You're right." The woman, confused and frustrated, asks why Choi would turn down such a golden opportunity. The blonde woman panics and asks how Choi could reject her without even knowing who she is. She assumes Choi must have thought the scouting offer was fake because she didn't recognize her. Choi calmly replies that she does know who she is, one of the so-called miracle siblings. Kim Dongju facepalms in embarrassment and tells her to stop, saying she's overdoing it. Kim Dongju tries to calm his sister and urges her to go home quickly before things get worse. She panics internally, afraid people will discover she lied about dating Choi. A flashback introduces Yeon Kim and Dongju Kim, both S-class awakened hunters. It's explained that the media once called them the Miracle Brothers and Sisters. Nara freaks out in the background, clearly overwhelmed by everything going on. Choi looks confused and wonders why they even approached her in the first place. The blonde girl collapses dramatically, saying she has no one else to ask for help. Choi questions her reasoning, pointing out there should be other hunters available. Kim Dongju laughs it off, admitting they just couldn't find anyone else, and drags his sister away, saying goodbye. The blonde girl explodes, yelling that if Choi won't dungeon with her, she shouldn't meet Dongju either. Dongju freaks out, calling his sister crazy for saying something so dramatic. Choi finally understands what the whole misunderstanding was about. Dongju panics, trying to fix things while saying Choi doesn't have to take his sister seriously. Choi smiles and bluntly says she doesn't like Dongju. Dongju is shocked and furious, saying he never even confessed in the first place. Choi laughs it off while Dongju yells, thinking she misunderstood completely. Suddenly, a mysterious girl with glowing eyes appears, watching the scene intensely. Choi suddenly feels something strange as she stares off, while Dongju and his sister laugh nearby. Dongju notices her odd reaction and asks what she's looking at. Choi, alarmed, asks if he doesn't feel the same strange presence. Her eyes widen in shock as something terrifying catches her attention. A glowing, violent rift bursts open behind the group, catching everyone off guard. Choi shouts for them to look behind just as the energy intensifies. The trio sees the danger above them and realizes they need to escape immediately. As they run, Dongju asks how Choi sensed it, but she yells back for him to just keep running. The energy tears through the building, warping the area with destructive force. The rift fully erupts, unleashing chaos as debris and energy fly everywhere. Glass shatters as the explosive energy continues tearing everything apart. The rift expands rapidly, devouring parts of the building with intense force. Choi, Dongju, and his sister flee at full speed as debris flies past them. Choi shouts that the rift is consuming everything around it. Dongju smiles and says if they'd delayed even a little, they would have lost everything. Choi looks shocked as she realizes something strange about the portal. She stares at the massive swirling rift, recognizing its power. Police hold the crowd back, warning that the portal is too dangerous to approach. Dongju and Choi walk through the wreckage, frustrated by how every dungeon overwhelms them lately. Choi asks Dongju when they're entering the dungeon, surprising him. Choi smirks and explains that anyone can join a new dungeon first come, first served. Dongju is frustrated when the guard says they can't enter yet due to pending results. The guard calls out Ae Kyung-song's name for verification while checking the entry list. Officer A, and a class buffer, greets Kim Dongju formally on duty. Nara argues that they found the dungeon first and should be allowed in. Dongju scolds the officer for being too strict, while she insists they follow the rules. Choi shouts about delays risking a dungeon break, but Officer A calmly explains it won't happen, and they need a proper party. The girl with the staff says her guildmate is coming soon and tries to start the party, but Officer A insists they follow procedure. Nam Yeon, a rank healer from the Pihyok Guild, arrives and apologizes for being late. Dongju's sister looks surprised, wondering why Yeon came alone. Yeon explains the tank skipped, thinking S-class players can handle it. Dongju's sister screams in frustration, while Yeon awkwardly laughs. Dongju's sister jokingly asks if she should join since no tankers want to help. Suddenly panicked, she yells at Dongju, realizing Choi has vanished. The group looks up in shock, realizing Choi is missing. A glowing portal appears in the sky, hinting that Choi may have entered a dungeon. Dongju doubts her sanity, noticing how strangely she's been acting. He jokes about using his name to enter, but knows it won't work and could get him in trouble. Dongju's sister explodes in anger, yelling that she'll just charge in after Choi herself. Dongju calls his sister a weirdo with a nervous laugh. She charges forward yelling she wants to be a weirdo too. Dongju runs after her, shocked and confused. He grabs her, trying to stop her while she struggles and yells back. Frustrated, Dongju thinks everyone around him is insane. Kim Dongju introduces himself as a hunter. The officer asks if Hyeon Choi is the one who entered the dungeon. She processes the answer, saying, "I see," with a serious look. Dongju, confused by her reaction, asks why she wanted to know if he knew Choi. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing, while Dongju still restrains his sister. Dongju wonders why the officer is curious about Hyeon Choi and feels irritated. He recalls they can't enter the dungeon together even with permission. A warning is shown if Choi is seen fighting above her class, she'll be jailed for class fraud. Dongju realizes Choi is now seen as a nuisance and grows more worried. A staff member announces that the dungeon forensic results have arrived. They confirm the dungeon is currently rated B. Dongju's sister eagerly asks to enter. The staff adds that the energy readings are abnormally high inside the dungeon. Nam Yeon realizes that the number of monsters must have increased. The staff explains they urgently requested entry permission due to dungeon danger. Dongju's sister yells in frustration, reminding him of past failures and demanding action. Dongju, realizing the urgency, says Choi is in danger. Without waiting, he dashes toward the dungeon portal. His sister shouts after him, shocked that he suddenly took off. Dongju shouts, "I am," as he jumps into the portal. His feet land inside the dungeon, but the place seems calm. Choi walks through the forested dungeon, surprised there's nothing around. She expected something grander, but finds it empty. Choi notices something unusual through the trees and asks, "What is that?" She approaches a grand structure made of ancient pillars, intrigued. Observing the ruins, she notes how old everything looks. She wonders who built the place and where those people went. She reflects that monsters don't talk, so the mystery of these ruins remains unsolved. Choi wonders how she even knew about the dungeon, suspecting it's due to her ring. She smiles as a presence arrives, saying it finally showed up. A large creature with angelic wings and a single eye descends from the sky. Choi bluntly calls the creature ugly, amused by its appearance. She teasingly asks if its wings are heavy, showing no fear. The creature spreads its massive wings mid-air. It swoops down swiftly with powerful force. Its single eye focuses intensely on the target. The monster dives from the sky, fully prepared to attack. Choi quickly dodges as energy projectiles rain down from above. Choi leaps into the air, dodging the attack and preparing to counter. The creature locks its gaze on her with its large, glowing eye. She charges in, fist raised, mocking the monster with a taunt. Shouting furiously, she declares her attack with bold confidence. Choi launches herself straight at the creature with a fearless grin. Choi lands a brutal blow, causing the monster's flesh to explode with blood. The creature lets out a screech of pain as it's torn apart mid-air. Choi clutches her head, yelling at the creature for being too loud. She mocks it, wondering how it can scream without even having a mouth. The monster crashes hard into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Choi smiles cheerfully, enjoying the peace now that things are quieter. The creature lets out a faint sound, still barely alive. Surprised, Choi realizes the monster is tougher than she thought. She grins and sarcastically says it's great that it survived. Jokingly, she regrets that all the others died too quickly. Choi wonders why there was only one monster and asks where the rest are. Suddenly, she hears a loud scream and stiffens in surprise. She realizes the scream was a signal from the monster's allies and prepares herself. Looking up calmly, Choi sees a massive swarm of winged monsters approaching. Choi smiles in awe, surprised by how many enemies have appeared. She looks up as the winged monsters begin to surround her. Calmly observing the swarm, she notes she's all alone against them. The monsters rain down powerful attacks from above. Choi dodges the incoming barrage of light projectiles with sharp reflexes. She swiftly kicks off the ground, evading another strike. Mocking the enemies, she laughs and taunts their poor aim mid-battle. With speed and confidence, she charges forward through the storm of attacks. Choi analyzes the enemy, noting they need time to reload after attacking. She locks eyes with one of the monsters, preparing to strike. Using the gap between attacks, she slashes through multiple enemies in a single motion. Her blood-soaked hand drips, showing the aftermath of the intense assault. Choi tightens her grip on her wounded hand, ready to fight again. Suddenly, a system alert pops up showing her stats have increased. Shocked, she wonders why her stats jumped up so fast. She recalls this exact situation happening before. Turning around silently, she senses something unusual approaching. Choi wonders if her stat boost is due to the high rank of these dungeon monsters. She calmly surveys the battlefield filled with defeated enemies. Tilting her head, she prepares herself for more action. With a sinister grin and bloodied fingers, she declares she still has plenty of strength left. Nam Yeon panics as she realizes Dongju has gone into the dungeon alone. She argues with the staff, who says the entry approval is still pending. Surprised, she turns around when someone calls her name in concern. Dongju's sister excitedly explains he went to save Choi, calling it romantic. Dongju's sister smirks eerily and decides to go watch the action herself. She dashes toward the portal, laughing excitedly about the fun ahead. The officer yells at Yeon for trying to enter, while she quickly apologizes. Running off, Dongju's sister jokes about blaming Dongju if the guild leader scolds her. Choi raises her hand swiftly, ready to strike again. She slices through an enemy midair, triggering another stat increase. As she moves fluidly through battle, multiple stat notifications appear. With blood flying and a wide grin, she relishes the chaos. Choi smiles wildly, thinking she hasn't felt this alive in a long time. Choi stands above a field of fallen enemies, sensing something inside her building up. With a dark expression, she urges herself to continue. Her intense gaze sharpens. She knows it's still not enough. Facing a new winged enemy, she decides she needs to kill even more. Choi charges upward with intense speed, aiming straight for the enemy. She lands firmly on the creature's back, glowing energy surrounding her step. She thinks to herself that she needs more power so that something hidden within her can finally awaken. She tightly grips the monster, preparing for a devastating attack. Choi crouches atop the winged monster, asking if it's the last one. Still unsatisfied, she questions if there are any more enemies to fight. The creature cries out as she drives her blade into its back. Its feathers erupt with energy and pain as it lets out a shriek. Choi encourages the monster to cry louder, enjoying the chaos. She stabs the monster again, mocking it to call for help. The monster flails in agony while Choi observes calmly. With a casual gesture, she calls out, "Status window." Choi checks her stats and finds them lower than expected. She wonders if it's due to fewer enemies present. Her expression sharpens as she notices something. She realizes many enemies still remain. With a calm step, she prepares to fight again. Choi shouts and dashes forward with excitement. She speeds down a narrow corridor. Suddenly, she hears something unusual. She looks up as massive debris begins to fall. Massive stone spikes launch toward the sky. The spikes target the flying monsters above. A direct hit pierces through one creature's eye. Choi watches as multiple enemies explode mid-air. Choi looks up in shock as her summoned monsters fall. She shouts at the newcomer, demanding to know who interrupted her. Recognizing him, she yells his name, Kim Dongju. Dongju casually walks up, calling her mess noisy. Choi screams at him in frustration. Dongju warns Hyeon Choi that revealing she's not a C rank could land her in jail. Shocked, he realizes she's actually a B rank, and Choi admits she didn't know. Dongju sighs in frustration, saying he'd have more luck reasoning with a kid. He tells her to let him handle things since he saved her when she revealed herself. Choi questions his reason for doing so. They talk about avoiding a persistent policeman by pretending to be weak. Dongju tells her to fake being a C rank until she's captured, which will take a few days. Dongju is distracted by an upcoming test and wants to support Pa Hyuk. Dongju hands her a drink and a tissue, teasing that Pa Hyuk is better than her. Dongju asks if Choi did anything wrong since someone named Song Ae Kyung inquired about her. Choi casually denies it, saying it was self-defense, though Dongju's suspicious. Choi reveals her boyfriend abandoned her in a den full of monsters. Smiling, she admits she got her revenge. Choi proudly claims she killed everyone else in the dungeon, leaving only herself. Dongju panics, congratulates her in disbelief, then furiously denies liking her. Choi sulks, accusing him of lying, while Dongju yells he's just pretending to search for a hidden dungeon to avoid his sister. Meanwhile, Dongju's sister overhears their conversation and grows suspicious. Suddenly, Dongju's sister attacks without warning, aiming directly at Dongju. Choi quickly tries to retreat as debris flies from the explosive impact. Dongju's sister looks furious, his expression shadowed in rage. With overwhelming force, he slams Dongju's head into the ground, cracking the stone beneath them. Dongju is pinned to the ground, grimacing as his head is pressed down with force. Dongju's sister glares down and says, "Mr. Choi, what your brother said earlier." His eyes burn with fury as he demands, "Can you explain?" Reporters gather in front of the Huayan Guild, preparing their cameras. The Huayan Guild master appears, facing a crowd full of flashing cameras and questions. Reporters press closer, asking about the hidden dungeon and the items found. More reporters rush forward, eager to hear where the dungeon came from and why it appeared. Kim Dongju's sister clenches her teeth in anger, hidden in darkness. Reporters shout Park Ki-hyun's name as he stands silently before the flashing cameras. She yells furiously, accusing him of killing for the items. The crowd watches in shock as she demands answers about the murders for mere items. Park Ki-hyun narrows his eyes coldly, hiding his true feelings. He smirks and admits casually, saying it's obvious. Kim Dongju's sister charges at him with full rage, throwing a powerful punch. She glares fiercely, calling him a bastard with burning hatred. She lands a solid punch on Park Ki-hyun's face. Kim Dongju's sister's punch smashes the ground with tremendous force. People scream and run, terrified by the S-rank clash. She kneels in the smoke, looking intense and unstoppable. Park Ki-hyun stands emotionless, grabbed by the collar amidst the wreckage. Tears fall from Park Ki-hyun's eyes as he questions if it was because he left Huayan. She lowers his head, crying and blaming himself for everything. Park Ki-hyun closes his eyes in silence, telling them to think whatever they want. Kim Dongju's sister holds Kim Dongju down, demanding an explanation. Choi stands in the distance, questioning why hidden dungeons are involved. Choi looks serious, realizing even among S ranks, there's a huge power gap. Kim Dongju's sister glares fiercely, calling him a murderer while holding her stance. Choi smiles calmly, thinking how unfair it is to be called a murderer. She questions if deaths in dungeons aren't just a normal thing. Kim Dongju's sister keeps Kim Dongju pinned down, refusing to let him go. Choi smirks coldly, saying the people who died inside the dungeon deserved it. Kim Dongju's sister glares coldly, thinking death is a small matter. She presses Kim Dongju's head down, warning him. Kim Dongju's sister darkens, saying it won't matter even if he dies here. Kim Dongju looks terrified, realizing she's completely pissed off. Choi smirks and dares Kim Dongju's sister to try killing her. Choi observes keenly, curious about Kim Dongju's sister's true strength. The ground cracks violently from Kim Dongju's sister's rising power. Kim Dongju's sister bursts out of the debris, looking furious and ready to attack. Kim Dongju's sister looks around confused, realizing something is wrong. She notices a large hole suddenly opened in the ground. Furious, Kim Dongju's sister shouts that Kim Dongju dared to run away. A voice tries to calm her down as the ground keeps trembling. Choi walks toward Kim Dongju, telling him it's embarrassing to sit on people. Choi teases Kim Dongju, saying he looks like he crawled out of a grave. Kim Dongju casually tells Choi not to be provoked, calling her insane. Choi explodes angrily, yelling back at Kim Dongju in frustration. Kim Dongju's sister shouts angrily, telling him to let go and stay away from Choi. She warns him, thinking Choi might be using him. Kim Dongju tries to calm her down, saying he asked Choi to help him. Kim Dongju explains he wants to find hidden dungeon items to become stronger. Kim Dongju's sister warns him that he doesn't need hidden dungeon items. She angrily reminds him how many hunters have died chasing after hidden treasures. Kim Dongju's sister tells him to get a grip and stop chasing illusions. Kim Dongju calmly says that hidden dungeons are what made him strong. Choi questions if there are other ways to grow stronger besides raising stats. She wonders if Kim Dongju was always an S rank and notes it's not what they were taught. Choi's eyes widen in realization, thinking something isn't adding up. Kim Dongju's sister unleashes a massive energy attack with full force. Choi is struck and her hair is sliced as blood flies through the air. Kim Dongju rushes to her, shocked and panicked by the sudden attack. Kim Dongju's sister stands firm with her sword, as he yells out Choi's name. She coldly tells Choi to stop acting tough since she's just a C rank and reminds her this isn't a game, it's a dungeon. A swirling portal appears above the city, glowing ominously. Yon and a staff forces a nervous smile, clearly uneasy. Nara smirks slyly, hiding their true intentions. Yon panics, struggling to breathe as the pressure builds. She angrily asks about the permit while the officer nearby stays calm and quiet. Another officer shouts that they now have clearance to enter. Officer Song Ik-young turns around with a serious and focused expression. Kim Dongju stumbles forward, wounded and shocked by Choi's strike. Dongju yells, Hyan Cho, in panic as Choi collapses from the counterattack. His sister, standing behind, mocks Choi for overstepping her rank, calling her just a C rank in the dungeon. Kim Dongju questions his sister's actions while holding the severely injured Choi in his arms. He shouts in disbelief, calling her decision nonsense. Choi lies unconscious, bleeding heavily from the head. His sister defends herself, saying she hit Choi with the back of her blade and that Choi only survived because she's a rank. Dongju realizes Choi is more injured than expected and insists she needs immediate treatment. But his sister coldly brushes it off and tells Kim Dongju to focus on clearing the dungeon. Kim Dongju looks at Choi worriedly and asks what his sister means about her. His sister coldly replies that if Choi could die from this, she would have been eliminated sooner or later. Choi, bleeding and weak, lifts her head slightly and questions what they're talking about. Dongju carries Choi in his arms and says the words seem too harsh. His sister stands confidently and replies bluntly that she's just stating facts, claiming Choi searches for danger like hidden dungeons. Kim Dongju's sister confidently offers him what he needs, reminding him that he knows it deep down. Dongju glares and admits he knows, recalling that it's the reason he left the Hwayan Guild. A flashback reveals that 12 years ago, the first dungeon break occurred in Korea, unleashing chaos and flames. The event led to approximately 10,000 casualties due to the government's inadequate response. A somber caption hints that someone important to the characters was among the victims. At their parents' funeral, the siblings sit in silence, grieving their sudden loss. With their parents gone, the older sister takes on the role of family head. The younger brother, looking lost, asks his sister what they'll do now. He softly calls out to her, noticing her silence and distant expression. The narration reveals that she was too young to bear such heavy grief. She was only 16 years old at the time, burdened with responsibility and sorrow. After that day, the world quickly changed, revolving around the awakened ones. Reporters crowd around Kim Yon-han, asking him to smile and speak about awakening as an S rank. News broadcasts announce him as Korea's 4th S rank hunter, currently undergoing training. Public attention skyrockets, with curiosity spreading about his younger brother's potential. People speculate that if his brother awakens too, he might also become an S rank, calling it a possible miracle. Someone suggests calling them the Miracle Siblings, excited about their rising fame. The narration explains that the Miracle label, which began with his sister, eventually spread to Kim Dongju too. On the soccer field, Dongju loses the ball during a game, drawing frustration from teammates. He quickly regains control, rushing toward the goal as others cheer him on. Dongju kicks the ball powerfully, shocking the goalkeeper with its speed. The soccer ball slams into the wall with such force that it gets lodged deep inside. Kim Dongju and the others stare in shock, realizing how abnormal his strength is. Dongju narrates that he awakened too, but only as a C rank. He rushes through a hallway, shouting for his sister, and asking if she really quit the HYN guild. Kim Dongju urgently asks why his sister suddenly joined the Phyok guild and if something happened at HYN. She casually tells him he arrived at the right time and offers him something to eat. Confused, Dongju asks what it is as she presents a red glowing item. Realizing it's a magic stone, Dongju questions her with concern. She smiles and explains it's a red magic stone that boosts stats when eaten and reminds him to keep it secret since it's rare. Dongju is surprised and asks if the magic stone is real and safe to eat, holding it in his hand. She reassures him and says that's exactly why she brought it for him to eat. Smiling, she adds that even though it's hard to find, she'll get him as many as possible. However, she reveals that his awakening won't be reported until he becomes S rank. Shocked and frustrated, Dongju demands to know why she gave it to him if he has to stay hidden and asks how long he must keep it a secret. Dongju firmly says he wants proper training and to be active immediately. His sister explains the red magic stone is rare and only obtainable from private dungeons managed by Phyok. She tells him this is a secret chance for a C rank like him to become an S rank, asking if that isn't a good thing. Dongju refuses, saying he doesn't need shortcuts and can become a hunter on his own. He declares that he can report his awakening officially right now, rejecting the hidden route Phyok offered. His sister warns that even if Dongju becomes a hunter, his current weakness would lead to an early death. That's why she stopped him from reporting his awakening. She reminds him that their parents also died because they were weak. With an intense expression, she tells Dongju that if he wants to survive, he must become stronger than he is now. She insists that hunters can't afford to be weak, or they'll lose everything. With a crazed look, she promises to make him strong herself, Dongju silently absorbing her words, lost in thought. Dongju quietly accepts the situation, saying, "I understand." He admits that regardless of whether his sister is right or wrong, he has no choice. He screams in agony as blood pours from his mouth after consuming the magic stone. Collapsing to the floor, Dongju gasps for air, struggling through the painful transformation. Kim Dongju collapses to the floor, exhausted and bloodied, as a hand gently rests on his shoulder. His sister kneels before him, lifting his face with a calm and proud expression. Dongju, still trembling, looks up at her while trying to catch his breath. A status screen appears, revealing his rank has risen to B with drastically improved stats: Strength, 1942 Intelligence, 2050 Vitality, 1678 Agility, 1774. His sister smiles faintly, pleased with the result. She hugs Dongju gently, saying the magic stone is working and now he just needs to keep getting stronger. Dongju looks up with determination, thinking that he must get stronger because without strength, he's nothing. He closes his eyes and resolves that if he can't endure this path, he'll always be at the mercy of others. Dongju's sister says she's glad he understands and suggests they leave the woman behind. Kim Dongju walks away from his sister while holding Choi, declaring he's done letting her words affect him. He says no matter how strong he gets, she'll always see him as fragile, so she might as well stop worrying. Dongju smirks and tells her to stay out of it and not care whether he lives or dies. Suddenly, Dongju panics and stutters after realizing something. He freaks out, yelling in shock upon learning that Choi heard everything from the very beginning. Dongju's sister wonders why he can't understand her, frustrated after everything she did to protect him from the same fate. She shouts in her thoughts, questioning what he's so upset about now. She realizes he's willingly choosing a path that could lead to death. From her perspective, his defiance must be because he's obsessed with Choi. She leaps into the air with her sword raised, furious and determined. Meanwhile, Dongju stands protectively in front of Choi, ready to face his sister's next move. Dongju's sister, overwhelmed with frustration, questions how else she's supposed to interpret his actions. She believes that if he keeps going like this, he's just walking into death inside some secret dungeon. With fierce determination, she swings her sword down with massive force. The attack tears through the ground and air, releasing a wave of destructive energy. The overwhelming slash explodes across the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. Dongju lets out a loud scream, startling his sister mid-attack. She hears his voice through the smoke and realizes it's his scream. Worried, she questions if her attack seriously injured him. As she rushes toward the impact zone, she struggles to see through the thick smoke. She calls out, demanding to know what's happening, only to freeze when she spots Dongju. Shocked and tense, she glares and shouts, "You!" as the situation becomes clearer. Choi casually stands next to Kim Dongju in the crater and teases him, saying she was about to force him down herself. Dongju's sister is stunned, questioning how Choi is still standing after taking such a deadly hit meant to be lethal for a C rank. She tries to scan Choi's stats but can't read anything, realizing something is off. Choi appears calm and composed, confusing her even more. The sister wonders if Choi is actually S rank like her, but doubts it, thinking the power she sensed doesn't match that of a true S rank. Dongju's sister suspects Choi might be using an item that hides her stats and guesses she's realistically around a rank. Dongju tells Choi she should escape while she can, but she responds playfully, asking why since she can help. Choi insists the fight is hers and demands Dongju leave, but he argues that running won't change the fact they're trapped in a dungeon. He gets frustrated, asking if she doesn't trust him at all. Meanwhile, Dongju's sister starts realizing that this isn't just random stubbornness. Choi must have a clear reason for seeking the hidden dungeon. Pretending to obey, Choi sarcastically agrees to leave and walks off. Suddenly, she sprints straight toward Dongju's sister, surprising everyone. Mid-air, Choi shouts at her not to freeze and demands she take the fight seriously. With a wild grin and fierce momentum, she throws a punch and yells for her to come at her like she means it. Her punch connects squarely with Dongju's sister's face, catching her completely off guard. Choi charges in fiercely, eyes glowing, as the sister wonders how a former C rank could be this strong. She considers the possibility that Choi has some insane regeneration, capable of healing from even her powerful attacks. Choi lands another punch, leaving the sister stunned by her raw force. The realization hits Choi must have skyrocketed her stats in a very short time. As Choi attacks again, her speed and power make it clear something extraordinary has changed in her. Choi looks shocked as she suddenly gets hit by a powerful force. She's sent flying through the air, unable to react in time. Kim Dongju shouts her name in panic as she crashes into the ground. The impact leaves a deep crater, and Choi coughs while trying to recover. Kneeling amid the cracked earth, she wonders what is this ability. Choi struggles to stand, confused she didn't even sense the last attack. Suddenly, she's yanked backward by an unseen force, eyes wide in shock. The mysterious energy slams her downward at high speed. Just as she tries to recover, it shifts again, now pulling her from below. Slamming into the wall, Choi realizes in disbelief. Her opponent can even change the direction of the force. Choi gasps, overwhelmed she can't move, and her breathing is tight. Her hand trembles as pressure pins her down like a crushing force. It feels as if her entire skeleton is being dragged into the ground. A dark energy looms over her like a mountain collapsing. The blonde woman coldly remarks, disappointed she expected more from Choi. Kim Dongju's sister mocks Choi's strength, belittling her efforts and claiming even dungeon items aren't worth bragging about. Choi, trapped and straining under pressure, grits her teeth in frustration. Choi struggles against the gravitational force pinning her down. Despite the pain and strain, she refuses to back down. Kim Dongju intervenes with a warning, telling his sister to watch her words. Meanwhile, Choi musters her strength and begins to rise, glowing with energy. Furious and determined, Choi pushes herself upward. She curses the binding force and focuses entirely on breaking free with a desperate burst of power. Kim Dongju's sister calmly warns Choi to stay down, suggesting that pushing further will only worsen her condition. But Choi, trembling and crackling with energy, forces herself to move again, defying the pressure. She screams in pain as her body strains under the immense weight, while Kim Dongju's sister acknowledges it's already too late to stop her. Kim Dongju's sister notices Choi healing quickly and taunts her, daring her to keep regenerating as if it's all she can do. Dongju steps in, yelling at her to stop and warning not to go near Choi, but his sister coldly dares him to try helping. She threatens to crush Choi so thoroughly that no amount of regeneration will save her. Still unfazed and calm, with a chilling expression, she tells Dongju to forget about the hidden dungeon, her tone final and dominating. Choi collapses again, panting and glowing faintly with green energy, her body near the breaking point, but her resolve unshaken. Kim Dongju's sister looks at the injured girl and coldly says she'll let her live if Dongju complies. Dongju, tense and conflicted, is told to make a call, his sister demanding obedience. She brushes off his hesitation, claiming he'd be dead without her, and reminding him how she raised his strength. Dongju stays silent, clearly torn, while his sister asserts her dominance, calling herself the reason he's survived this far. Kim Dongju's sister coldly tells him he's weak and questions if he ever had what it takes to defeat her. Dongju stares back, silently absorbing her words. Then, with a calm and sharp glare, he asks if she's finished talking. Meanwhile, the injured girl smirks faintly and mocks the situation, claiming her words were for Dongju's benefit. A manipulative man looms over Hyun Choi, insisting everything he did was for her sake. He grips her shoulders, claiming she'd be dead without him. Choi stands silently, sword on her back, as he demands she acknowledge his help. But her expression hardens, arms restrained, she coldly rejects him with a sharp, "Save the lies." Choi refuses to believe Kim Dongju's sister's justification, calling it garbage. With a defiant smile, she accuses her of manipulating others for control and says she has no right to talk about strength. Kim Dongju steps forward, reminding her he chose to get stronger on his own terms. With her eyes shadowed, the girl admits she's helping not out of pity, but because deep down, they're the same. She eye glows intensely as she smirks with blood dripping down her cheek. She tells Kim Dongju to follow her, promising to show him how it's really done.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
One of them, exhausted, asked the officer where everyone had gone. The officer, looking concerned, said they needed to find the others quickly. As they walked, the girl mentioned how Hunter Kim Dongju had looked so cool earlier, rushing in without hesitation to save the woman beside him. The officer agreed quietly. She continued with a smile, saying Kim Dongju was extremely popular with the ladies, and Pahyok would surely be buzzing with stories for a while. The officer only nodded, murmuring in response. Suddenly, she stopped and stared upward, noticing how red the sky looked. Confused, she wondered aloud if it had always been that color. The officer glanced up too and shook her head, saying it had looked perfectly normal just moments ago. Shocked, she asked if a dungeon break could really be happening. The officer admitted it was highly likely, though hard to believe. Realizing the urgency, the officer said they had to clear the dungeon quickly, and she agreed with determination. Suddenly, massive chunks of rock began falling as a powerful energy surged. A figure pushed forward through the chaos. Someone shouted at Hyun Choi to stop, warning she would only get herself killed. Watching her reckless charge, another wondered what she was trying to do, astonished that she could even move in her condition. A sudden noise drew everyone's attention, and eyes widened in shock as the ground shook violently. The deafening scream split the air, echoing like something tearing apart from within. Covering his ear, one of them muttered in disgust, wondering what kind of horrific sound it was. The scene resembled the roar of a beast ripping open its own throat with its claws, as a figure burst forward through the energy. The overwhelming force made one of them stagger in pain, while another simply narrowed his eyes, watching intently. He cursed Hyun Choi under his breath, shocked at how much stronger she had become since the black market incident. He couldn't believe her stats had risen so drastically in such a short time, remembering how different she was before entering the dungeon. Suddenly, A piercing sound filled the air as swarms of mobs descended instantly, drawn to her presence. Watching them gather, one wondered how a single aggro pull could summon so many creatures at once. Another thought bitterly that if not for the whole issue involving Kim Dong-ju, perhaps they might have gotten along with her. Looking at the swarming numbers, he realized her goal must be to wipe out every mob at once, though it seemed desperate. Still, he dismissed them as nothing more than C-rank small fry, deciding he would have to take down the boss mob himself. With a calm expression, he thought to himself that trying to stop him with such creatures was pointless. Instead, he saw the situation as an opportunity, giving him the freedom to hunt as much as he wanted. The air rang again with the piercing cries of the flying monsters, their numbers blotting out the sky. She glared at the flying creatures, noticing their feathers suddenly glowing with power. With a sharp tone, she questioned if that strange light was supposed to be their weapon. The creatures spread their wings wide, energy radiating as beams prepared to fire down. She grinned fearlessly, her laughter cutting through the air as she raised her sword. With excitement burning in her voice, she charged forward, declaring it had been far too long since she had a proper fight. Blinding beams rained down from the sky, tearing through the battlefield as he moved swiftly between the attacks. He paused mid-step, surprised by how reckless the barrage seemed, wondering if they were even aiming for him. Annoyed, he muttered that those creatures couldn't possibly be failing to see him. Glancing upward, he questioned whether their massive eyes were just for show, doubting their accuracy. The energy blasts crashed into the ground with explosive force, leaving destruction in their wake. His eyes widened as he tracked the blasts, realizing something strange about where they were landing. He thought quickly, questioning why the attacks were targeting that specific spot instead of him. A sudden realization struck: she was deliberately drawing the strikes toward herself. He muttered in disbelief, recognizing that she was using her own body as bait to lure the creature's attacks. Amid the crashing impact, she pushed forward recklessly, her expression filled with wild determination. The ground shook violently as the relentless strikes continued, tearing everything apart. He realized this might be the only way she could break free from his skill, though it came at a heavy price. His eyes narrowed as he admitted there was no way she could escape unharmed in such chaos. She endured the barrage head-on, blood spraying as the attacks tore through her body. With a pained cry, she stumbled, her body shredded and bleeding, yet still refusing to back down. He watched her endure the onslaught, thinking even with regeneration, it didn't mean she was immune to pain. He wondered about the kind of life she had lived to make such reckless choices without hesitation. Still, he believed those small fry C-rank creatures could never break through his skill, no matter how many there were. His confidence faltered when something unexpected happened, making him doubt his own eyes. She clenched her hand through the rubble, muttering in pain, yet still pushing forward despite the agony. Despite the barrage of attacks crashing down, it still wasn't enough to break through. The creature's glowing eyes intensified as if urging themselves to strike harder. A commanding voice echoed, demanding even stronger blows, pushing the monsters past their limits. Suddenly, a system message appeared: control target confirmed. Another notification followed, granting a mysterious blessing to the control target as the assault rained down relentlessly. Blood splattered across the battlefield as the rain of attacks grew fiercer. Leaving no room to breathe, she stood amidst the chaos, her eyes glowing with intensity, facing the storm head-on. He felt the shift immediately. The sheer force of the strikes had risen beyond what they were before. Realization struck him. It wasn't his imagination. The monsters had grown stronger. A chilling notification confirmed it. The enemy had evolved into a one-eyed angel, grayed a sentinel. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the creature's ranks had suddenly risen to a rank. The surge in their power was unnatural, leaving him unsettled. Out of the smoke and chaos, she emerged with a fierce glare, cutting straight through the attacks. In a sudden clash, she crashed into him, sending both tumbling to the ground. Pinning him down, she smirked and remarked that he had nearly killed her with that reckless move. His eyes widened as the truth hit him: she was the one responsible for raising the monster's ranks. Furious, he demanded to know what exactly she was, his voice filled with rage. She only laughed, admitting she wasn't entirely sure herself, but there was one thing she knew. With a wild grin, she declared he was going to die here, mocking whether his S-rank body could withstand such a storm of spears. Red energy spears rained down as she launched her attack, aiming to pierce through him without mercy. A red-haired man stared in shock, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him. Confused, he muttered to himself, demanding to know what was happening. His eyes tracked the monsters above as the sky filled with descending spears of light. To his disbelief, he saw his sister bloodied and battered, struggling against the relentless assault. What stunned stunned him most was the sight of her being pushed back, and by none other than Hyeon Choi. With a blinding rush, she charged straight into the storm of spears, leaving him stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. Realizing she had used her own body as bait to draw the attack, she grinned wildly, her eyes glowing with madness, as if this reckless strategy was second nature to her. Watching her fight, he questioned if such a brutal combat style could even belong to a human. In the next instant, her strike tore through, sending him crashing back as blood poured from his body with a pained cry. Bloodied but unrelenting, he steadied himself while she came charging at him again with manic energy. Her crazed laughter echoed as she swung wildly, each strike fueled by reckless abandon. She pressed forward without hesitation, her attacks relentless and overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he cursed her madness, calling her insane for fighting in such a suicidal way. Determined not to fall, he clenched his fist tightly, readying himself to strike back. In a sudden clash, his strike landed cleanly, sending her body spiraling through the air. Blood burst from her mouth as she cried out in pain, her body taking the full force of the blow. She crashed down hard, motionless on the ground as he stood over her, sword still in hand. Breathing heavily, he smirked with satisfaction, declaring that he had finally got her. Her silence lingered as she lay still, leaving the battlefield tense and uncertain. He looked down at her fallen body, surprised to see she was still breathing despite the brutal damage. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air as her energy flared violently once more. His eyes widened in shock, cursing himself for letting his guard down. Even in that broken state, she unleashed a skill that roared with devastating force. Clenching his teeth, he shouted in frustration, realizing this battle was far from over. He clenched his weapon, admitting that normally he would enjoy such a slaughter, but this time it only fueled his anger. His rage grew as he cursed the situation, frustrated beyond measure. To his shock, she rose again, wounds closing as if nothing had happened, regenerating before his eyes. With a chilling smile, she mocked him, asking if she had kept him waiting. He shouted furiously, calling her a monster, as blood splattered once again from their violent clash. Both fighters staggered, blood dripping onto the cracked ground as they caught their breath. He looked at his wounds, scowling at the fact she had managed to land a clean hit like that. With anger burning in his eyes, he cursed her under his breath. Still standing despite everything, she approached again, refusing to go down. He glared at her, calling her crazy, and wondered what kind of freak could keep surviving like this. She stood tall despite her wounds, smirking as she remarked that his body was definitely that of an S rank. Laughing, she pointed out he had taken so many hits and still hadn't died. He shot back, telling her to look at herself first, and demanded to know when she was finally going to fall. She only smiled, claiming she had already died once before. His eyes narrowed as he muttered in disbelief, realizing what this meant. It was immortality. She spoke casually, saying that items related to immortality did exist, though they were rare, often single-use or limited use. Mocking him, she asked which dungeon even had such an item. While he admitted most people wouldn't risk their lives recklessly, even if they couldn't die unless they were lunatics like her, she only shrugged, responding with a careless, "So what?" as if it meant nothing. He growled that it just made her too dangerous to be anywhere near his brother. With a sly grin, she mocked him for sounding like an overprotective sibling, adding that thanks to him, Kim Dong-ju probably never even dated. He muttered that he didn't care if Kim Dong-ju dated or not. The real issue was that she was putting him in danger. His body was battered, unable to even lift his arm, and he admitted the only thing he could do now was endure. She gathered a blazing orb of energy in her hand, grinning as she snarled for him to just die already. The ground shook as the attack burned with destructive force, lighting up the battlefield. His eyes widened in shock, calling out Kim Dong-ju's name, before urgently shouting for him to get away. As the battlefield burned with chaotic energy, he shouted that he didn't want her dying too. The red-haired man cried out for his sister, warning that she couldn't keep fighting in her condition. She smirked at his concern, mocking that he could barely lift an arm himself. The winged creatures circled above, their single eyes glowing ominously. Spreading her arms wide, she laughed off the danger, saying it wasn't her problem. With a twisted grin, she promised that this time she would actually kill him. He tried to move, his body trembling as he pushed himself to react. His eyes widened in horror as her attack surged toward him, faster than he could counter. A deafening scream ripped through the battlefield as energy exploded violently. The ground erupted under the impact, the force blasting outward and shaking everything around them. He summoned a blinding orb of power, a gravitational void capable of erasing existence itself. 0. Gritting his teeth, he admitted he hadn't wanted to use this skill, but with her refusing to die, he had no other choice. Bloodied and battered, he roared in defiance, declaring he would erase her from existence. His body trembled from the strain, the severe injuries making it almost impossible to hold the attack steady. Even knowing the risk was too high, he steadied himself, whispering through ragged breaths as the destructive energy surged in his hand. He raised the glowing orb high, determined to unleash his most dangerous attack no matter the cost. With blood dripping down, he shouted that if he was going to die, he would drag all of them down with him. The winged creatures were pulled toward the void, their bodies shaking as the suction grew stronger. She looked up in surprise, realizing the sheer force of the technique. Then she laughed wildly, mocking his desperation, saying the skill was flashy but questioning if he really thought it would work. The void continued to consume everything around, its pull threatening to destroy all in sight. She mocked him, laughing that he was overdoing it, warning that he might actually die at this rate. He smirked back, admitting that since he was doomed anyway, he might as well leave a special parting gift for someone like her who couldn't die. She grinned wildly, amused by his recklessness, and dashed forward to face him head-on. With defiance burning in his eyes, he shouted that it was time for her to unwrap the gift, unleashing the devastating energy. She laughed maniacally, shouting that the fight was making her even more excited. He glared back, calling her insane, and warned her to laugh while she still could. With the glowing sphere in hand, he declared that she would vanish without a trace once his attack was unleashed. At that moment, countless winged creatures were dragged into the gravitational void, spiraling toward destruction. Meanwhile, far away, someone frantically typed on a keyboard, panicking as they watched the situation unfold, unable to understand what was happening. At the monitoring station, a technician stared at the readings in disbelief. The dungeon was only ranked B, yet the mana levels had already exceeded a rank. He panicked, realizing there was no time to analyze the cause. If it continued like this, the dungeon would break open. Grabbing his headset, he urgently contacted the Dungeon Response HQ, requesting an immediate emergency evaluation. His voice trembled as he shouted for them to hurry before it was too late. Meanwhile, deep inside, the gravitational void swelled and crackled with violent energy, threatening to tear the dungeon apart. A girl froze in shock as the ground shook beneath her feet. She stammered, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Her red-haired brother looked up, his expression tightening as he realized what was happening. The dungeon itself began to fracture, glowing with cracks of violent energy. The power inside swelled uncontrollably, unable to remain contained. As they entered the dungeon, something felt immediately off. The mana was so turbulent, it was difficult to breathe. Monsters were all swarming in one direction, as if being pulled by an unseen force. Above, strange winged creatures circled in the sky, their presence unsettling. This was supposed to be just a B-rank dungeon, where most enemies should have been C rank aside from the boss. As the battle raged, doubts surfaced. Was there something wrong with the dungeon itself? The scene grew chaotic, leaving the observers stunned and questioning what was even happening. Shock spread as they realized Hyeon Choi, a C rank hunter, was holding her ground against none other than Kim Yeon-han, someone far above her level. Doubts rise, could she actually be an unregistered high ranker? The real problem is stopping Hyeon Choi now, but the dungeon is destabilizing under the clash of powers. If this continues, a dungeon break will occur, causing countless deaths. Determined, he resolves to stop it, even if it costs his life. Shocked, he sees Officer Song Ae Kang suddenly stepping in. She calls out to stop the fight immediately. The red-haired hunter shouts in protest, saying it's going too far. Meanwhile, an official voice lists the hunters involved: Kim Yeon-han, Kim Dong-ju, and Hyeon Choi, warning that their excessive mana is destabilizing the dungeon. The officer raises his hand, unleashing a powerful authority. He declares that all three hunters will undergo a forced rank reduction to C rank. A bright surge of energy descends, marking the activation of rank reduction. Both the red-haired hunter and the dark-haired woman are struck, their strength instantly suppressed. The blonde fighter, confident at first, suddenly feels the effects of the rank reduction. His body begins to tear apart as blood bursts from his chest. He collapses in agony, spitting blood uncontrollably. Shocked and panicked, he questions why he is suddenly getting injured so badly. A sudden system window appears, announcing a forced rank reduction from S rank to C rank. His stats and mana are drastically reduced, with skill effectiveness dropping up to 50%, lasting for 30 days. Shocked, he realizes he has been subjected to a rank reduction. Narrowing his eyes, he identifies the skill as belonging to the leech, confirming his suspicions. The overwhelming clash of power rages on, engulfing the area in destructive energy. The blonde fighter takes a direct hit, blood spilling as the force tears through him. His body crashes to the ground, battered and lifeless. The chaotic red glow of the dungeon fills the sky, fading into silence as the scene shifts upward. Rank reduction is revealed as Song Ae Kyung's unique ability, forcibly lowering an opponent's rank but at the cost of severe side effects to the user. He collapses against a tree, coughing blood, his body wrecked from organ damage and broken mana circuits. Despite the pain, he feels relieved that the dungeon's mana has stabilized, admitting it's a miracle he's still alive. With urgency, he orders Nam Yeon-soo to treat Kim Yeon-han immediately, explaining that his skill has left her body completely weakened. The healer rushes over, worried if Kim Yeon-han will survive. Noticing how terrible she looked from afar, seeing her condition up close, she panics, realizing any normal hunter would have already died from such wounds. Shocked, she mutters that Kim Yeon-han is still holding on despite her rank being lowered to C. Without hesitation, she activates her healing staff, unleashing bright restorative magic in an attempt to save her. The healer admits it will take time to fix the internal damage, but begins emergency treatment right away. Her healing magic starts working, glowing brightly over Kim Yeon-han's wounded body. Impressed, she notes how fast the recovery is going and believes she can even heal the organs if she continues. Suddenly, she notices something unusual and reacts with surprise. The healer notices the purple-haired girl, realizing she was the one who fought Kim Yeon-han earlier. Suspicious, she wonders why that girl is the only one still unharmed despite the chaos. Nervously, she questions what the girl is doing just standing there and demands she step away, blaming her for the injuries. The purple-haired girl stays silent, her piercing gaze showing no reaction. The purple-haired girl looks down coldly, mocking if her opponent is still breathing. The blonde fighter, bloodied and weak, barely opens his eyes. The healer screams in panic, trying to stop what's about to happen. But the girl stomps down with brutal force, shaking the ground violently. The purple-haired girl looks around in confusion, muttering as if something feels off. The healer demands to know where the opponent disappeared to. Still puzzled, the girl thinks none of this situation makes any sense. Suddenly, the enemy's piercing gaze and voice question her, accusing her of letting the blonde go and bringing up her sister's shadow. The red-haired man carries the unconscious blonde and calls out to Kim Donju. He asks Hunter Nam Yeon-soo to take care of his sister, and she agrees. Watching this, the black-haired girl questions if he's truly choosing his sister after all. With piercing eyes, she reminds him that if his sister were gone, he'd finally be free, so why go back to her? The red-haired man firmly says he can't do that, carrying his bloodied sister in his arms. He explains this isn't about choice, he can't just stand by while someone kills his family. The black-haired girl stares in disbelief, questioning why he stepped in only now, insisting she was trying to free him from his chains. Looking back with cold determination, he demands to know what she's even talking about. The black-haired girl coldly asks if he isn't tired of his situation while he carries his injured sister. She points out how people always say they're acting for your sake, even when it's just a way to control you. With a distant look, she explains the worst part is how they make you believe it. Suddenly, she thrusts her weapon forward at incredible speed. She recalls the truth she learned after countless cycles of dying and killing. Freedom, she explains, is never given freely. It only comes by stepping on someone else. With cold resolve, she admits that's why she wanted him to feel the same pain. She recalls the overwhelming sense of freedom she once felt. Pointing at him, she says he's still chained by his sister's presence. She admits it's hard at first, but once the chain is broken, it becomes easier, urging him forward. She insists this is his chance to break free. She calls out Kim Donju's name while he holds his gravely injured sister in his arms. Looking up at him, she tells him with a twisted smile that he can do it. He stays silent for a moment, his face heavy with resolve. Looking at her directly, he tells her firmly that he cannot do what she's asking. Shocked, she can only mutter in disbelief, unable to comprehend his refusal. He admits he has no right to say anything after standing by and doing nothing while she ended up in such a state. He admits that helping her would have meant agreeing with her, so he couldn't act, even though he didn't understand why she was so desperate. Still, he confesses that when he thought his sister might actually die, it didn't feel right. Despite calling her foul-tempered, she was still family. She looks at him in disbelief, asking if everything she did was pointless. Her expression hardens as she mocks him, saying his sudden change of heart doesn't erase what happened. She declares that if he won't agree, then she'll stop him herself. With a fierce motion, massive stone wings erupt around her. The wings swing forward, slamming against her body as she braces for impact. In the distance, the others watch as she stands amidst the shattered ground, wings spread wide in a show of overwhelming power. He declares firmly that he has to protect his family, showing determination as he holds his injured sister. She dismisses his words, saying he did nothing until now and mocking his sense of family. With a sharp glare, He insists that even if they are both C rank, his battle experience gives him the edge, and he can stop her. She smirks, reminding him how easily she defeated his sister before, mocking his resolve. She mocks him, saying he's only acting tough now that he's a C rank, daring him to go on. Suddenly, someone yells out, stopping the tense standoff. Both fighters pause in confusion. The healer rushes forward, begging them to stop fighting, her voice filled with urgency. She screams that if they continue, Kim Yon-han will surely die, and she won't forgive either of them if that happens. The healer yells at him to put the injured girl down immediately so she can treat her, insisting the fight can wait until after. She scolds him harshly, calling him insane for wanting to fight again while the girl is in critical condition. He can only apologize. She then turns her anger toward the black-haired girl, demanding why her temper is so short and telling her to control herself. In a chibai moment, she explodes in frustration, telling them to act like C ranks and protect their bodies. Both look guilty as she continues her lecture, leaving him speechless. The healer angrily mocks him, calling him just a lowly C rank acting tough. He mutters that it's enough. In a chibai reaction, the black-haired girl realizes his personality type with a smug expression. She suddenly pokes his shoulder, addressing him directly and catching his attention. With a sharp grin, she demands an apology, but he bursts out in shock, questioning if she's crazy and asking what she's even talking about. The black-haired girl teases him for being the type who can't say no to a girl, demanding an apology. Both argue over who should apologize first, while the healer tells them to stay quiet so she can concentrate. The healer checks on the blonde, confirming she's past the worst of it, then asks the officer if she's okay. The officer admits she's fine but feels guilty, blaming herself for what happened to Hunter Kim Yonhan. The healer explains she only stabilized the mana temporarily and urges them to finish the raid quickly. Reinforcements won't come easily since 2S ranks are inside the unstable mana zone. The healer worries if they can manage since the 2S ranks aren't offensive types, while the others quietly admit it means they're considered useless. The black-haired girl insists she's still the same rank, but he cuts her off, refusing to believe her excuses. He suggests they head straight for the boss, reasoning that his sister already eliminated most of the monsters, so only the boss remains. Even as a C rank, he believes proper skill usage is enough to clear the dungeon. Walking ahead, the girl confirms his claim, telling him it's the truth while the ground shakes around her. The girl questions his words, wondering what exactly he means. She walks confidently through the crumbling ground, showing no fear. Looking up at the chaos around her, she remarks that this isn't truly dying either. The red-haired boy suddenly notices something unusual and calls out to Hyeon Choi, asking what he's doing, while confusion grows. The red-haired boy panics as he sees the energy still swirling in the air, questioning why it hasn't disappeared. The unstable mana continues to pulse violently, glowing brighter instead of fading. He realizes something is wrong, wondering if the mana is so dense that it refuses to dissipate on its own. Turning to the others, he yells out in desperation, asking if she's still unconscious, only to hear that she remains in a coma. The red-haired boy orders the others to run as far as possible while he stops the unstable energy, urging them to heal quickly. The girl asks if there's anything she can do to help, but he yells back for her not to think of helping and just escape. She protests angrily, questioning if he plans to face it alone as just a C rank, blaming him for the mess. Despite her frustration, he stays focused, saying they must stop it before the situation gets worse. The red-haired boy prepares his power, saying he has stopped something like this before, and tells the others to wait. Suddenly, a massive dark structure begins to rise from the ground. The girl stares up at it in shock, barely able to speak as she mutters about the terrifying sight. They both realize its overwhelming size, exclaiming that it's far too big to handle. The red-haired boy explains that the massive structure has to be that big in order to stop the threat. He calls out to Hyeon Choi, warning her. She looks back curiously, smiling. She casually agrees when told it's dangerous and to get closer. As she runs toward him, she's surprised that a mere C rank could create something like that, while another warns that he might die trying. The boy takes a firm step forward, preparing himself as he begins to act. He raises his power and commands a barrier to rise, creating a massive wall of defense. With another step, he strengthens his stance, pushing his energy further. Standing atop the barrier, he acknowledges its thickness, noting that the only thing left now is the final step to complete his plan. The blazing core continues to surge with violent energy, threatening to explode at any moment. He aims directly at the center, pinpointing the weak spot. With determination in his eyes, he announces that everything is ready. He unleashes the attack, driving the massive spike straight into the core as he declares the start of his counter. The unstable core pulses violently, cracks spreading across its surface. The massive spike slams down with unstoppable force, striking the center. The ground erupts, fragments scattering in every direction from the impact. A brilliant explosion engulfs the core as the spike drives deep into its heart. He smiles with relief, proudly declaring that it worked. The ground shakes violently, almost collapsing under the impact. He steadies himself, muttering about the close call, while she approaches and questions what he's doing. In a lighter moment, he chides her for coming closer, warning it's dangerous, while teasingly wondering if she just came to see his cool side. She questions what the strange phenomenon is, and he explains that it's simply the result of his sister condensing mana into something like a black hole. Since she lost control, the mana erupted into a rampage, becoming a massive force without a master. She realizes it's essentially his sister's mess that caused all of this. He clarifies they're using a massive rock to channel the chaotic mana safely into the ground, like a lightning rod. He confidently says they just need to wait until the condensed mana disappears, recalling how priceless his sister's reaction was the last time he stopped this technique. She questions if they can really trust this, while he reassures her, acting certain of the outcome. Suddenly, she notices something unusual. The mass of mana begins glowing brightly. Shocked, they realize something is wrong as the glowing intensifies, leaving them both confused and alarmed. The boy panics, clutching his head in frustration, while the girl beside him laughs at his failure. Desperate, he shouts for his sister to wake up, realizing their attempt has failed as another hunter screams his name in alarm. Finally, the unconscious sister slowly opens her eyes with a calm smile, signaling she has awakened. The healer continues treatment, frustrated that recovery is slow since it's only C-rank healing. Another character, worried about their fate, wonders if they are going to die here after trusting Nangsu. The boy, sweating and determined, shouts not to give up, insisting they'll survive and that he'll try again. The purple-haired girl silently watches, surprised and slightly confused by his desperate determination. A crater radiates with strange energy, and she wonders what this familiar feeling is. Suddenly, she recognizes the source. It's the king eyeballs from earlier. Looking down from above, she realizes many of them are hiding below. With a calculating expression, she thinks to herself that this dungeon is a gold mine, perfect for leveling up her stats. She studies the glowing pit, realizing that if they don't deal with it, they'll be wiped out before even reaching the dungeon boss. She considers two options: ignore it and head for the boss, or block it off. After a pause, she takes a deep breath, weighing her decision. Turning to the red-haired boy, she suddenly calls out his name, grabbing his attention. She smirks, telling him to thank her while mocking him as a C-rank loser. Laughing, she points out that he talks big, but can't even handle his sister's mess, provoking his anger. Confused, he asks what she's planning to do. With a confident step forward, she declares that she'll take over and show him how it's done. She dives recklessly toward the unstable mana, declaring that his sister should have cleaned up after herself. With determination, she vows to handle it and clear the way forward, demanding he follow her after. Her intense gaze shows she's pouring everything into this move without hesitation. The mana core grows unstable, rapidly consuming its surroundings, as he realizes she condensed all her magic recklessly just to kill him. He questions if everything she's done is truly just to protect her younger sibling, looking at the injured figure before him. Holding the bloodied body close, he declares that he must protect his family no matter what, even if it means stopping her. As she faints, her last thoughts call out to Kim Donju, realizing he has no one to protect, unlike her. In a flashback, he storms out of his house, shouting that he's leaving, showing the root of his isolation. Memories surface of a painful past, being told that even as family, he was disgusting, unwanted, and unloved. Tears fall as he recalls how everyone he cared for abandoned him completely. Despite knowing it's meaningless, she still pushes forward, throwing herself toward the swirling core of mana. Her hand reaches out, determined, refusing to accept his path, showing why she never agreed with his choices. Her burnt hand stretches forward, determination blazing as she realizes she was wrong before. She vows to stop the rampaging mana herself, declaring that this time, with her own body, she won't fail. A fierce smile crosses her face as she dives straight into the chaos, laughing at the overwhelming pain. Even as it tears through her, she screams that it hurts like hell, yet her eyes remain unwavering and resolute. A mysterious ring radiates with dark energy, pulsing ominously in the void. Her burned and battered hand continues to push forward, refusing to stop despite the damage. Her body glows fiercely, engulfed in light as she gathers the last of her strength. The unstable mana core crackles violently as the entire space trembles under the overwhelming pressure. Her body descends into the blazing storm of mana, her foot piercing through the light. She steps firmly, unleashing a surge of force as the ground trembles beneath her. Surrounded by overwhelming flames, she dives straight into the unstable core. Her scream echoes through the chaos, but a system message appears: "You cannot die until resurrection." She dives deeper into the raging storm, her body burning with light as the system's message echoes: "You cannot die until resurrection." The message repeats over and over, wrapping her in an unending cycle of survival. Her figure spins through the chaos, consumed by flames, while countless system prompts flood around her. From above, the others watch in shock. One whispers softly, "Kim Donju, Hunter," as the battlefield trembles. Shocked, one of them wonders why she still isn't dying despite the overwhelming damage. Another stares in disbelief, asking if she's even human. The red-haired hunter falls silent, sweat dripping as he tries to process what he's seen. Meanwhile, the battlefield clears slightly, revealing her standing tall in the middle of the massive crater, shrouded in dust and light. The girl lowers her head, catching her breath after successfully handling the dangerous situation. She suddenly lifts her arm high, laughing with relief and pride, celebrating that she managed to clean up the mess. From above, the others look on in awe, shocked that she really stopped it. The red-haired hunter covers his face, flustered, and asks for her to change clothes since it's distracting, while the other teammate agrees to go tell her. The girl appears in new clothes, and someone teases that while she may be a loser, at least she carries decent outfits. The red-haired hunter shouts back angrily at being called a loser, while another laughs, mocking him as a weakling. The girl stretches with energy, ready to move forward again, asking if they should continue. Suddenly, a powerful purple energy surges from below, shaking the ground and drawing their attention. With determination, the girl charges forward, declaring that they'll wipe out the remaining enemies. The red-haired hunter shouts her name in alarm, asking if this reckless move is what she really meant. She unleashes a massive strike, blasting through the obstacles and clearing the way with overwhelming force. The scene shifts to chaos as voices echo in panic, checking if everyone is safe after the devastating impact. The group ventures deeper into the dungeon, only to be surrounded by countless bat-like monsters emerging from the darkness. The atmosphere grows tense as the red-haired hunter looks unsettled, while the purple-haired girl watches him silently. A green beast crouches on the rocks, glaring with sharp fangs exposed. It opens its mouth wide, drooling as it laughs eerily. The red-haired man stares in shock, questioning why there are so many monsters in this underground city. He looks around and realizes their group is completely surrounded by creatures on all sides. The monsters closed in, their sharp claws gleaming. The blonde-haired girl trembled, clutching her staff as fear overwhelmed her. Suddenly, she froze in shock, realizing her teammate had already fallen under a monster's foot. Her eyes widened in horror as she cried out his name, but his body lay lifeless, blood seeping from his wound. Surrounded, she broke down in panic, apologizing desperately, blaming herself for not protecting him. The horde of creatures advanced, their cruel smiles showing no mercy. The girl's magic flickered in her trembling hands as she braced for the inevitable. Completely surrounded, both escape and hope seemed impossible. A monster leaps toward the group, its claws aimed straight at them. The blonde girl screams in terror. The red-haired boy reacts instantly, thrusting out his hand and releasing a burst of energy. The attack blasts the monster back with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground. Breathing heavily, the boy glares at the girl, demanding why she ran into danger, while pointing out the injured hunter behind her. The red-haired boy unleashes his power, ready to face the monster army. He strikes with precision, his blade slashing across the approaching creature. The monster roars in pain as the attack cuts deep. With a heavy crash, the creature collapses, defeated. A green monster crouches on the cliff, bearing its sharp claws and fangs, ready to attack. It lets out a menacing laugh, drool dripping from its mouth as its eyes fix on its prey. The red-haired boy realizes the danger, shocked by the overwhelming number of monsters surrounding them. He questions how such a terrifying underground city could exist. The group is completely encircled by countless monsters, leaving them no way out. A monstrous beast crouches on a cliff, glaring down with hunger in its eyes, ready to strike. The creature bares its sharp fangs, drool dripping as it lets out a chilling laugh. The red-haired boy notices countless monsters surrounding them and questions why this underground city holds so many. The group realizes they are completely surrounded, their path blocked by an overwhelming swarm of monsters. The boy narrows his eyes, focusing his gaze as if trying to lock onto something hidden. His determination sharpens, scanning his surroundings carefully under the glowing grid. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. He's found what he was searching for. He looks straight ahead and sees the large ancient gate. With certainty, he declares, the boss room is there. The red-haired boy snaps at the girl, saying the boss can wait, they need to wipe out the enemies first. He then points out the distant temple, suggesting that's where the boss monster is hiding. He lays out a plan. He'll break through the enemies ahead, while the others cover the rear and escape. He tells her it'll take about 2 minutes and asks her to hold the line until then. She calmly agrees. The girl asks if they should defeat the boss first, and the red-haired boy confirms it's their best chance to survive. Suddenly, she refuses and dashes off recklessly, leaving him shocked. The boy yells at her, calling her crazy for running straight into danger. Laughing, she charges toward the monsters, saying she's not insane and won't follow his orders. The girl charges ahead, amazed by the overwhelming number of monsters. She refuses to back down, declaring she won't miss this chance. A monster lunges at her, but she strikes it down with a powerful blow. She shouts that before all these creatures are wiped out, she won't stop fighting. The girl charges forward recklessly, fists glowing with energy, shouting that no one is allowed near the boss room. Her crazed determination shocks everyone. The monsters roar and surge in response, rushing toward her in a wave of claws and teeth. She strikes with explosive power, tearing through multiple enemies in rapid succession, blood and shadows scattering around. Her blade-like movements continue, cutting down the creatures one after another as she fights alone against the swarm, her defiance echoing through the dungeon. Blue notifications flood the air, showing her stats rising rapidly, each point boosting her strength. She staggers slightly, overwhelmed by the sudden surge. Catching her breath, she bends forward, realizing that just now she had gained an incredible number of ability points. The underground city itself feels alive with power. A wide grin spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with manic excitement. She laughs, declaring that this place is truly the best as more points keep stacking up. Her expression shifts, eyes narrowing, her smile fading into silence, leaving behind only a chilling aura. The girl stares at the ruined gate ahead, realizing it's where the dungeon's boss monster resides. She smirks, deciding not to enter yet, saying she wants to grow stronger first. She exhales slowly, steadying herself. Suddenly, a monster turns in shock as a bright blue energy surges toward it. A surge of blue energy bursts forth as she charges ahead, shouting with determination. The entire cavern lights up from the force of her attack. Her reckless move lures a massive wave of flying monsters, swarming toward their position. The others are stunned by the sight. He realizes in shock that she has drawn all the enemies to herself. He worries how could she possibly handle so many on her own. She suddenly halts, eyes widening in surprise as an unexpected presence catches her attention. She fights fiercely, cutting through the enemies with overwhelming power. The others are shocked, wondering how she can handle it all by herself. One of them recalls that her rank had already dropped to C, questioning if their skills have no effect on her anymore. Another doubts their judgment, wondering if she's actually still in a rank since her strength feels far greater than expected. Suddenly, a monster lunges at the group, startling one of the girls who screams in fear. The girl recklessly charged into battle, tearing through monsters on her own. The others looked on in shock, questioning how she could still fight with such overwhelming strength despite her supposed rank being lowered. Confusion spread. Was her power immune to their abilities, or was something else at play? The red-haired boy wondered if she was still truly in a rank, noticing her strength seemed even greater than before. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as a monster lunged at the blonde girl, forcing her to scream in terror. The red-haired boy tried to intervene, but the purple-haired girl angrily claimed every monster as her own, refusing to let anyone else interfere. When questioned, she only doubled down, insisting that all the kills belonged to her. The girl asked if they should kill the boss first, but the boy said it was their best chance to survive. Suddenly, she refused and charged ahead, laughing as she rushed into the monsters. Ignoring his shouts, she declared all the prey hers and unleashed a wild attack, cutting down enemies one after another. Her strength kept growing with every kill, making her even more excited as she dominated the battlefield. Others watched in shock, confused at how she could fight alone. But before they could react, a monster lunged straight at them. Xuanyi suddenly stops, her sharp eyes showing that she's sensed something unusual. Her body stiffens, and her face turns pale as she hears a strange sound. Zooming in, her eyes widen in shock. This noise is all too familiar. Meanwhile, her red-haired teammate yells in frustration, urging her to hurry and help while he fends off the monsters. A monster lunges forward, jaws wide open, but is struck with a fierce blow. The red-haired boy and the girl slash together, cutting down multiple enemies in a sweeping attack. The boy smiles brightly, relieved, saying he knew she'd step in to help, and thanks her. As he encourages her to stay focused and clear out the dungeon, he turns to check, noticing the girl crouched on the ground, trembling. The girl lowers her head, whispering to herself. She questions why she's still hearing commands from someone who should already be dead. She clenches her teeth, frustrated, wondering why she instinctively listens to those orders despite her own will. Her eyes widen in shock as she quickly turns her head, sensing something. The scene shifts to the ruins of an ancient structure, where a name echoes faintly in the darkness and Xianlin. The girl, gripping her shield, questions why she's still obeying orders from someone who's already dead. She wonders why, despite everything, she continues to follow Xianlin's commands. The red-haired boy admits he's in a dangerous state, while the girl suddenly prepares to leave. As she sprints off with incredible speed, the boy shouts after her, demanding to know where she's going. The girl gazes at the ruins ahead, realizing it's the boss's lair. Her mood instantly sinks, knowing what awaits inside. A horde of terrifying monsters rushes out, their roars filling the air as they charge straight toward her. With determination burning in her eyes, she clenches her fists and shouts that they'll have to face her. She swings fiercely, slashing through the incoming monsters, commanding them to move aside as she cuts her way forward. She delivers a devastating punch, blasting the monster with explosive force. More creatures swarm toward her, but she tears through them with relentless strikes. A massive shockwave erupts, scattering the enemies into pieces. Her foot lands firmly, ready to charge into the next wave without hesitation. The girl walks through the ruined hall, her steps steady despite the destruction around her. She lifts her head, eyes glowing with determination, her expression sharp and unyielding. Her gaze locks on the massive sealed door ahead, its ominous aura filling the space. Without hesitation, she strides forward alone, her figure vanishing into the shadowy passage. The girl steps into a dim hall, tense but determined, as strange whispers echo around her. Suddenly, ominous red patterns emerge from the darkness, signaling a powerful presence. A massive eyeball monster reveals itself. Towering above her, it's the dungeon's B-rank boss. The boss speaks in a cryptic, ancient language, its gaze locking onto her with overwhelming menace. The girl looks at the monster, confused, asking who it is and if it was calling her. A strange, wordless sound emerges, sending chills through the air. A massive red eye opens. It's the lurking B-rank dungeon boss, glaring down at her. The creature's voice booms in an eerie language, filling the hall with a sense of dread. The girl, irritated, questions what the monster is saying, dismissing its growls as nonsense. The monster's massive eye glares back, continuing its strange language that she can't understand. She sighs in annoyance, realizing communication is impossible. With determination, she charges forward at full speed, ready to strike. The monster's single eye locks onto the girl, releasing a powerful aura. Suddenly, it calls out her name, making her freeze in shock. Her eyes widen as she turns toward the voice, filled with disbelief. A man steps forward from the darkness, calmly saying, "Long time no see." A man with a gentle smile steps forward, saying he has missed Zhao Yi deeply. Suddenly, a dark red slash tears through him, splitting his figure in half. The monstrous eye looms above, while Zhao Yi looks up coldly and dismisses it, questioning what nonsense it's trying to pull. She declares firmly that she doesn't miss him at all and calls the illusion a worthless trick. The girl stands amid the fading light, her expression cold and distant. Her voice cuts through the silence, questioning why things turned out this way when they were supposed to be the same. As she speaks, the giant eye monster trembles, letting out an unclear sound. She suddenly steps forward, her foot crashing down with a fierce strike. With a mocking tone, she tells it to speak like a human if it wants to talk, not make useless noises. Looking down with a mix of disgust and pity, she ends it with a final remark calling it pathetic for even trying. A faint green light flickers from beneath the girl's foot, catching her attention. She glances down, confused by the sudden glow. As the light fades, she spots something shining on the ground. Her eyes narrow, curiosity mixing with caution. She crouches and notices a small ring lying beside the fallen enemy. The sight makes her pause for a moment. Then, with a metallic sound, the ring rolls gently across the floor, stopping just within her reach. The girl looks down in surprise as the ring suddenly slips off her finger. Confused, she bends slightly, wondering how it fell. Her expression turns blank for a moment, lost in thought. Then, her face lights up with excitement as a wide smile spreads across her lips. She playfully wonders if this means everything is finally over. Maybe reaching S rank automatically caused the ring to come off. She bends down and picks up the glowing ring, smiling with relief. With this, she wouldn't have to wander through endless dungeons anymore. She could finally focus on stronger ones. Raising the ring high, she shouts joyfully, celebrating her newfound freedom. Looking at the ring in her hand, she realizes how easily everything had ended. A calm smile spreads across her face as she dreams of a peaceful life ahead. But before she can relax, a glowing blue system window suddenly appears in front of her, leaving her startled once again. A blue system screen appears, revealing the words, "Empty ring E rank." The girl stares in shock, unable to believe her eyes. She mutters in disbelief, realizing the ring that was once known as the Ring of Rebirth had somehow turned into an ordinary E rank item. Before she can process it, another message flashes, "First growth phase complete." Confused, she wonders what it means as more text begins to appear. Suddenly, the world around her turns crimson. A dark, monstrous figure with twisted horns looms behind her, its presence suffocating and ominous, as if something terrifying has just awakened. Her expression darkens, eyes glowing crimson as she mutters that she can't understand what the entity is saying. Surrounded by the monstrous red aura, she stands before a towering shadow, its massive claws curling around her as it asks if she seeks something from within. Meanwhile, in another scene, a blonde woman suddenly gasps awake, eyes wide in shock as if pulled back from death itself. She stares ahead in disbelief, whispering that she's still alive, her voice trembling between confusion and fear. Two rescuers rush toward the fallen blonde woman, calling out to her in relief they've finally found her alive. As one of them checks her condition, she warns the woman not to move yet. The other apologizes, blaming herself for what happened. The blonde woman smiles faintly, saying it's all right and that they've all been through enough, before addressing one of them by name with a calm expression. Her words catch the rescuer off guard, who freezes in shock, realizing the woman somehow remembers her name. The blonde woman smiles awkwardly, admitting she must look terrible and apologizes for showing such a weak side of herself. Her friend suddenly throws herself into a tight hug, crying out that she shouldn't ever get hurt again. She scolds her affectionately, saying she was so worried she might die, while the red-haired man standing nearby watches, asking if they're close friends. The blonde woman's expression shifts slightly as she wonders if, after she lost consciousness, Zhao Yi had really managed to handle all the monsters on her own, and whether she's still trapped inside the gate even now. The blonde woman wipes blood from her face, frustrated that she only survived thanks to that mysterious woman's intervention. As she recalls the events, doubts begin to fill her mind. Something about Zhao Yi's powers and behavior didn't seem right. The red-haired man explains that after hearing a strange sound, Zhao Yi suddenly regained her strength and charged into the dungeon alone, He insists she was only after the dungeon's boss monster. Still deep in thought, the blonde woman mutters that Zhao Yi's sudden surge in power and her strange reaction are far from normal, leaving her uneasy. The blonde woman turns to the red-haired man, asking if Zhao Yi has already gone to face the dungeon boss, and decides to go after her. He questions why she'd risk another fight, but she explains they need to regroup and find a way out together once the boss is defeated. Their team gathers behind her, agreeing to move out quickly before the situation worsens. The red-haired man smirks, saying he also has something to tell Zhao Yi, while the blonde woman quietly adds that no matter what happened, she owes Zhao Yi her gratitude for saving them all. The red-haired man teases her, saying she almost died because of Zhao Yi, but she coldly replies that's a separate matter entirely. Her gaze hardens as she adds, besides, hinting there's more she hasn't said. Facing him directly, she tells him to be grateful he's still alive, since just surviving this ordeal is more than enough. He jokes awkwardly that people really do change after a near-death experience, though his tone betrays how shaken he still feels. The blonde woman tells the red-haired man that if he has any complaints, he can wait until they're back home to discuss them calmly. He promises to listen seriously, his tone soft and genuine for once. When he says he'll go explore the lower floor, she immediately refuses, saying she won't let him die recklessly under her watch. As he shouts in frustration, the others quietly watch from the side, commenting that she truly acts like a strict older sister, though one who clearly cares. The group observes the lifeless monster on the ground, realizing Zhao Yi had already taken it down by herself. The red-haired man comments on how terrifyingly strong she is, but the blonde woman warns him not to relax, yet there's been no system notification confirming the boss's defeat. As he cautiously approaches the area, he remarks that things seem quiet and probably over now. But before he can finish, his expression freezes, sensing something unexpected behind the eerie silence. The group spots Zhao Yi from afar, realizing she's already defeated the boss monster. The red-haired man jokes that the place is filled with corpses, then calls out to Zhao Yi, asking what she's doing. Kneeling before the giant creature's corpse, Zhao Yi says calmly that they should stay close to her. When he questions her silence, she explains that only when the monster's body fully disintegrates will the dungeon's exit appear. As the red-haired man listens closely, he hears strange whispers echoing in an unknown language, their source seemingly coming from the monster's corpse. The creature's eye flickers open, muttering eerie, incomprehensible words filled with dark energy. Zhao Yi's body stiffens. Faint whispers start resonating through her, as if she's responding to it unconsciously. Confused and uneasy, the red-haired man steps forward, asking if she's actually communicating with the boss monster. The red-haired man shouts Zhao Yi's name, but she doesn't respond, her body trembling as the whispers intensify. Her eyes darken, and an unnatural language slips from her mouth as if she's possessed by something within the monster. The man stares in disbelief, calling her name again, trying to reach her. But Zhao Yi slowly turns toward him, her eyes pitch black and lifeless, uttering corrupted words that send chills down his spine. Realizing something's gone terribly wrong, the blonde man shouts for Kim Dongju to run. The group immediately dashes through the corridor as the ground trembles beneath them. Bright red light floods the area, and the three race desperately toward the exit. Dongju glances back mid-run, his eyes widening in horror at the monstrous power surging behind them. A giant vortex appears as the quest completion message pops up, and support hunters celebrate the raid team's survival. Agency members arrive, impressed that Pahyok's team cleared a B-rank dungeon in 7 hours. When they try to enter, a staff member stops them, saying no one can go in until all hunters inside come out. One hunter argues it's fine to enter early, but the staff insists the rules must be followed. The staff shouts that the hunters are finally coming out, and everyone rushes forward, worried about their condition. Figures begin to appear through the glowing exit, stepping out one by one, their bodies marked with blood and exhaustion. A final step echoes as another hunter emerges, signaling the end of the evacuation. The crowd sees the entire team walking out safely, some supporting each other, and relief spreads as they confirm everyone survived. As the hunters walk out, the crowd cheers for Pahyak, calling them amazing. One of the team members reacts awkwardly to the attention. Another teammate teases her for still getting embarrassed, saying she should be used to this by now, but she insists she never will. The red-haired hunter struggles to support the girl he's carrying, while the blonde member jokes that he should just let her go if she's too heavy. He quickly agrees to handle it, even though he's clearly overwhelmed, forcing himself to keep going. The team remembers how one member caused trouble inside the dungeon, realizing she must have figured out Hyeon Choi isn't actually C rank. The red-haired hunter panics, deciding to pretend he noticed nothing and quickly run away while carrying her. A staff member rushes to him, relieved he returned safely, explaining the dungeon's sudden reclassification scared everyone. When asked what happened inside, he hesitates, clearly struggling to answer as he tries to hide the truth. He quickly explains that Hyeon Choi isn't feeling well and asks the staff to provide a place for her to rest, promising to submit the report later. Another hunter calls out to him, but he panics internally, worried about what Hyeon Choi might write in the report and whether it could cause trouble later. He tells her he'll head out first and asks her to look after the others, but inside he's focused on escaping the situation as fast as possible. Before he can leave, she informs him that the dungeon clear credit will temporarily go to him and Kim Yeon-han, leaving him confused about why. She notes that Hyeon Choi needs time to recover, mentioning that she's changed a lot compared to before. He's surprised by the comment and asks if they already knew each other in the past. She avoids the topic, says they didn't really know each other, and asks him to keep an eye on Hyeon Choi for now, telling him to report anything unusual. The scene shifts to the temporary camp area being set up outside the dungeon as staff members move around preparing documents and equipment. Hyeon Choi sits alone inside the temporary tent, quietly recovering as the area around her remains busy with staff activity. She looks at a small ring resting in her hand, silently examining it. Her expression stays calm but unreadable as she thinks about what happened. She finally instructs the staff to send the mining team inside the dungeon to collect any remaining valuable resources. The staff discusses compiling data from the dungeon so they can prepare an auction guide for each guild. The red-haired hunter turns when he notices Hyeon Choi walking toward them, surprised that she's already awake. She asks what they're doing, and the staff member explains he's preparing the dungeon for auction. Hyeon Choi immediately protests, claiming she cleared the dungeon and never gave permission, but he quickly covers her mouth to stop her from causing a scene. He tries to play it off casually, asking the staff to notify him after the review, and the staff reluctantly agrees. Hyeon Choi immediately confronts him, demanding to know why he's claiming ownership of the dungeon when he caused trouble by entering without permission. He argues back, saying dungeon ownership is difficult to obtain and they also have damages to deal with, but she cuts him off, saying he talks too much. He then asks if Hanshin Guild will join the auction, but she looks confused, not even recognizing the name. She explains that Hanshin Guild was the small guild she used to work for, but they're too unknown and too poor to join an auction. He then asks if she knows someone named Song Ijong, but she denies it. He tells her that the woman acted like she recognized her and even agreed not to include her name in the report. Hyeon Choi is confused since she has no memory of her. He adds that her help kept Hyeon Choi from getting in trouble for false registry, joking she almost ended up in jail. She casually replies she could have broken out, and he believes she probably would. He tells her to rest a little longer, but she immediately asks where he's going. He replies he needs to finish something he was working on earlier. As he walks away, he hesitates for a moment, glancing back at her sitting quietly on the cot. He thinks to himself that she seems to be recovering faster than expected, but she could still explode again at any moment. With the exit still open, he considers that maybe Pahyak should manage her more directly. Before he makes a decision, she quietly calls out his name, making him stop and turn. She pauses, her feet shifting slightly as she gathers the courage to speak. She asks him if he thinks she's strange, reminding him that he saw her earlier when she lost control. Her thoughts drift back to the moment inside the dungeon, remembering how the others reacted to her. She recalls the way they looked at her like she wasn't human, but something dangerous. She explains that the ring finally came off, but the entity sealed inside it fused completely with her body. When she checked its rank, she discovered it was an X-rank entity. She recalls being helpless while it was taking over her, unable to control anything happening inside her own body. She admits she was terrified, afraid of disappearing, afraid of becoming something else, and wondering if she might truly turn into a monster. He stays silent for a moment, taking in everything she just confessed. Then he walks back toward her, letting out a steady breath as she looks up at him nervously. He speaks gently, calling her name to get her attention. He tells her firmly that none of the things she fears will happen, and he won't let her become a monster. She listens quietly as he gathers his thoughts, bracing herself for what he'll say next. He jokes that if he punched her, maybe she'd snap out of it, admitting he almost jumped in earlier when she was being hit. She teases him back, saying he must have held that grudge for a long time, calling him soft-hearted and warning he'll get in trouble someday. He denies it and tries to act tough, but she mocks him again, calling him a loser and threatening him playfully. As he's resting, the other hunters shout at Kim Dong-ju for slacking off and immediately drag him back to work. Hyeon Choi warns him not to underestimate her, hinting ominously about something growing inside her. The blonde hunter panics, shocked and confused by what she just said. Kim Dong-ju teases him further, joking that whatever it is will probably turn out just like him and says he'll take full responsibility. Kim Dong-ju freezes when his furious sister suddenly appears, radiating killing intent as she calls out his name. She explodes, accusing him of getting someone pregnant, completely misunderstanding Hyeon Choi's earlier joke. Before he can react, she grabs his face in pure rage, shouting at him. She then turns to Hyeon Choi, demanding to know if the baby is really Dong-ju's, while chaos breaks out behind them. The scene opens with the blonde man sitting at the table, arms crossed and face tense. He stays silent, clearly annoyed about something but not saying a word. Across from him, the red-haired man rests his head on his hand, looking just as frustrated. He doesn't speak either, only giving a tired, irritated expression. The girl cooking turns around after sensing the heavy atmosphere. She pauses, confused, realizing all three of them are unusually quiet and gloomy. When she asks why they all look so down, both the blonde man and the red-haired man point at her, saying it's because of her actions earlier. She looks surprised, replying casually as if she didn't know she was the cause. The blonde man suddenly snaps, pointing at the girl cooking and demanding to know why she's acting so comfortable in their house. The red-haired man tries to calm him down, reminding him that her home was destroyed earlier. A quick shot shows the remains of her house, now reduced to rubble. The explanation only annoys the blonde man more, as he insists it has nothing to do with him. Before he can argue further, she places a plate of food in front of him. She simply tells him to eat, ignoring his complaints while he freezes in frustration. He tries to protest again, saying no one agreed to eat her cooking. But she scolds him, saying the food will taste bad if it gets cold. She then casually sits beside him, making him even more irritated as he questions why she chose to sit next to him. The blonde man hesitates but eventually decides to eat the food, saying he'll accept it. The purple-haired girl proudly agrees, while another voice warns him not to eat something made by someone who usually eats monsters. The red-haired man tries the food first. The moment it touches his tongue, his eyes widen in shock, clearly surprised by the taste. He stares at the dish, confused, questioning how such flavor even came from their kitchen. His reaction makes it obvious that the food is unexpectedly good. The blonde man watches him closely, asking if she really made it herself. She simply teases him, saying he must be curious about the taste now too. The purple-haired girl casually asks the red-haired man what he thought of her. He snaps back with irritation, calling her crazy, while she laughs and tells him not to eat her food if he's so bothered. Later, she sits beside the blonde man with a cheerful smile, while he glares silently at her. The contrast between their moods becomes even more obvious. Despite his annoyance, the blonde man finally takes a small bite of the dish. She continues smiling at him, waiting for his reaction. The moment the taste hits him, his eyes widen in shock. His expression instantly changes, showing how unexpectedly good the food is. After the meal, someone starts washing dishes in silence. The blonde man suddenly asks Miss Choi if she wants to live with them. She casually agrees, saying she'll stay until she finds a place. The red-haired man sighs as he continues washing dishes, surprised by how quickly her attitude changed. He looks worn out from keeping up with both of them. When he checks on them later, he finds the blonde man and Miss Choi sitting together on the couch. He asks what they're doing, confused by their sudden closeness. He reminds them that they were practically fighting to the death in the dungeon earlier. But they act like nothing happened, leaving him wondering if he's the only normal one in the room. The blonde man pulls Miss Choi closer and tries to question her about what happened in the dungeon. He points to her stomach, saying if the creature inside isn't Dongju's, then he wants to know what exactly is growing there. The red-haired man overhears and steps in, reminding her that she mentioned something X-rank inside her. His sudden reaction shows how serious the situation sounds. He asks if the thing that attacked her earlier was really X-rank, and whether such ranks even exist. She explains that it's only a guess, and she isn't completely sure yet. Hearing this, the blonde man realizes the danger and mutters that Miss Choi is far more dangerous than they originally thought. Miss Choi suddenly shifts into a darker tone, telling them they're the same kind and claiming they react this way only because she can't die. Her unsettling expression makes the atmosphere tense. The red-haired man interrupts, reminding her that she was hugging him earlier just because the food tasted good. His response breaks the seriousness for a moment. He then asks if she remembers eating the boss monster. He explains she said several strange things back then. She looks confused, admitting she doesn't remember anything from that moment. However, she adds that she does recall one thing: she could partially understand what the boss monster was saying while she was fighting it. This revelation surprises the others. Both men react in shock when Miss Choi explains she could understand the boss monster. They ask what it was saying. She replies that at first it spoke in unfamiliar words, but after she became its rank, she could make sense of it. She repeats the monster's words, saying it claimed they were the same kind and mentioned things like betrayal. Her calm expression contrasts with the strange meaning behind the message. A flashback shows the boss monster's eye filled with fear and anger. It repeatedly demanded to know why, its voice trembling as it spoke. The memory continues, showing the monster facing her in its final moments, uttering broken words before collapsing. The scene hints that the monster recognized something inside her. Miss Choi pauses, recalling the monster's final moments. Her expression turns blank as she tries to remember the rest of its words. She suddenly raises her hands with a bright smile, announcing that she couldn't understand the last part at all. Her cheerful tone completely breaks the tension. The two men stare at her in disbelief while she stays confused, asking why they reacted so strongly to that. They explain that her ability to understand even part of a boss monster's speech is a worldwide research-level discovery. When they question her S-rank status, she casually replies that her stats have been skyrocketing non-stop. Miss Choi explains she only understood fragments of what the boss monster tried telling her. She wonders if she should return to the dungeon to hear more, but the red-haired man stops her, saying the place has already been cleared and won't reset for months. She asks if she can enter another dungeon instead. Her logic is simple: if she could hear one monster, maybe she can understand others too. She immediately asks if any new or reset dungeons are available. The red-haired man sits down, thinking seriously. He admits there are new dungeons, but something about it seems to bother him, and he hesitates to explain fully. The scene cuts away to an outdoor shot, hinting at a possible location change or the next dungeon they might explore. The scene shifts to a fast-moving blur through the forest, signaling the start of a new dungeon encounter. Leaves scatter as something massive approaches at high speed. a D-rank guardian, the sacred serpent, bursts out of the ground with a loud scream. A group of hunters nearby is immediately thrown into battle as the creature charges toward them. Their frontline fighter orders everyone to hold formation and calls for support. He urgently shouts for Shim Nara to activate a buff before the serpent reaches them. Shim Nara responds right away, summoning his magic circle and casting Iron Will, strengthening the team for the incoming attack. The sacred serpent whips its body around violently, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The frontline tank braces himself but gets pushed back as the creature charges again with overwhelming force. He steadies his stance and lifts his shield, meeting the serpent's next strike head-on. The impact rattles his entire arm, but he manages to hold his ground. One of the archers activates combat fervor, boosting her combat instincts. She releases a rapid volley of arrows, aiming to distract the serpent and give the tank room to breathe. Empowered by buffs, the tank unleashes a powerful counterattack. His blade glows as he thrusts forward with full strength, aiming a precise strike at the serpent's head to break its momentum. The tank's strike pierces straight into the sacred serpent's body, drawing blood and forcing the creature to recoil in pain. The attack creates a brief opening in the battle. The support calls out to Hunter Kim Ho-yeon, warning him to get ready for the next phase of the fight. The pressure of the battle continues to rise. Suddenly, both Iron Will and Combat Fervor deactivate at the same time. With their buffs gone, one of the melee fighters rushes forward at high speed, preparing to engage the serpent directly. He closes the distance instantly and launches a powerful strike. Parts of the serpent's body and nearby debris scatter as the impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield. The system announces the sacred serpent's elimination, confirming the D-rank guardian has been defeated. Shim Nara lets out a relieved sigh now that the danger is over. The team surveys the battlefield, seeing the serpent's remains scattered across the ground. They congratulate each other, acknowledging that everyone contributed and worked hard. The scene glitches as the dungeon environment breaks apart. The system declares that the virtual dungeon training has ended, confirming the entire fight was a simulation. As the surroundings return to normal, the trainees step out of the simulation chamber. One of them notes that today's session is finally over, while another happily mentions they can now rest. After training ends, one of the students lingers behind, looking worried. His silence catches the attention of the others. A blonde hunter approaches and asks why he seems sad, guessing it's because the real test is happening tomorrow. The boy is surprised he noticed so quickly. The boy admits he's nervous. Everyone wants to enter Paryok Academy, and he's glad he made it to the second test, but he fears this might be where his journey ends. He quickly apologizes for sounding negative and tells Hunter Gam Sang-woo he didn't mean to dampen the mood before the test. The blonde hunter stays silent, listening to him carefully. The blonde hunter reassures him with a pat on the shoulder, telling him not to worry and that the results will definitely turn out well. The boy looks up, confused by the sudden confidence. He calls out to the hunter as he starts walking away. Still unsure, he tries to understand what he meant. His expression shifts from confusion to curiosity. He repeats himself softly, wondering why those words felt so unexpected as he watches the hunter leave. The boy suddenly hears someone shouting from above. When he looks up, he sees a familiar figure waving excitedly from the upper floor. It's Hyeon Choi, greeting him with full energy. Her sudden appearance catches him completely off guard. He notices her outfit right away and asks why she's wearing those kinds of clothes. He wonders if she bought new ones, since he doesn't remember seeing anything like that at home. Before she can answer, another hunter steps in and places a hand in front of her, stopping her dramatic pose. Both of them freeze for a moment as the boy stares in confusion. A blonde hunter suddenly recognizes someone in the group and jumps in surprise. He realizes the person standing there is none other than Mr. Kim Dongju. He quickly turns again, even more shocked, calling out Hunter Kim Yon-han as well. The unexpected gathering of high-ranking hunters clearly catches him off guard. From above, the blonde hunter spots the blue-haired boy and stares at him with curiosity. The boy looks up, confused by the sudden attention. The boy becomes overwhelmed with excitement, realizing he's really at Paryok and standing in front of the very people he never expected to meet in person. Hunter Kim Yon-han greets the boy with a friendly smile. Seeing a high-rank hunter acknowledge him makes the boy gasp in excitement. He pumps his fists, convinced this is a sign he'll pass. His confidence spikes as he declares he's definitely getting into Paryok. But in the middle of celebrating, he suddenly hesitates. Something catches his attention and interrupts his excitement. He looks up at the observation window and spots Hyeon Choi standing among the elite hunters. Confused, he wonders why she's there and fears she might have been scouted by Paryok before him. The boy recalls their last meal at home and finally connects the dots. He realizes Hyeon Choi made excuses when she said she was leaving the house back then. He concludes she must have already decided to live with those hunters. That explains why she wasn't wearing his clothes anymore. Meanwhile, the hunters notice his gloomy stare. Hyeon Choi looks confused as she glances back to see what's wrong. The boy lowers his head, wondering why Nara looks disappointed, still trying to process why she suddenly left to be with them. Nara walks silently, thinking how he shouldn't feel this way, yet ever since Choi returned from the dungeon, her luck has kept improving. He watches from a distance, feeling left behind. He compares their situations, Choi rising quickly while he remains stuck in the same place, unable to move forward like everyone else around him. Standing alone before the facility doors, Nara quietly accepts the gap between them, realizing he's still stagnant while others grow stronger. Nearby, Dongju notices Nara's upset expression. He asks Choi what is wrong, sensing something is bothering him. The hunters notice Nara's gloomy expression and wonder if she's feeling sick. One of them reminds the others that she has her practical exam tomorrow and jokingly asks if they can just let her pass already. The blonde hunter laughs at the suggestion, asking if he's being bribed so openly right now. The red-haired hunter glances at Nara, saying he has a pretty good idea why she's acting this way. When they ask him to explain, he looks at both hunters, imagining their situation, one starting as S rank, the other originally C rank, and decides to drop the topic, telling them to just forget it. The hunters discuss Nara's upcoming practical exam, confirming it will be held inside a reset dungeon. All the dungeons available right now are exclusively prepared for that test. Hyeon Choi casually says she'll just enter the dungeon too, but the red-haired hunter reminds her she isn't even part of Paryok and can't just join their exam. She admits she wanted to go in with Nara, but asks if the place is dangerous. The blonde hunter reassures her it's safe because a Paryok rank always enters as a hidden examiner during tests. He then shifts the topic back to her condition, saying that now she's met her friend, they should go examine whatever is growing inside her stomach. She reluctantly follows as he leads her away. Choi is told they'll inspect her condition and also analyze the ring she brought back. The instructors gather everyone and begin explaining the second practical exam. The test will take place in the collapsed sanctuary, a C-rank dungeon similar to their previous training. The instructor says the rules are simple, marking the start of the real exam. The instructor explains that the dungeon usually takes 5 days to clear, and finishing within that time counts as a pass. If the time limit is exceeded, the guild will rescue them, but everyone will be disqualified. He reminds them that survival comes first and wishes them luck before the exam begins. The team enters the C-rank dungeon and sets up their base to start hunting monsters. The team reviews the exam goal: clear the dungeon within 5 days, though the record is just over 3 days. There are around 40 monsters plus the boss, and based on training, each one takes about 15 minutes. Monster placement makes a 1-day clear impossible, but they estimate they can finish in 3 days if everything goes smoothly. Suddenly, monsters appear right after the explanation, catching them by surprise. The frontline fighters prepare their weapons as the monsters approach. Nara steels herself, determined to push through no matter what. The battle officially begins as multiple serpent monsters rush toward them. One of the creatures lets out a loud screech, signaling the start of combat. The serpent lunges forward with high speed, forcing the front line to react instantly. Nara is called called to support as the shield bearer braces for impact. She responds immediately, unleashing her skill with full focus. Her buff activates Will of Screams, raising the team's defense by 12%. The serpent charges in again, its speed overwhelming the team. Nara raises his shield but is pushed back by the impact. Nara struggles to keep up and wonders if being away from dungeons has dulled her sense of danger. The difficulty feels much higher than she expected. The monster circles and screeches, launching a sudden dive toward them. Nara braces himself while Nara prepares to support. The serpent's next strike comes in even harder, forcing both of them to react instantly as the pressure of the fight intensifies. Dan Mary's buff strengthens the attacks, and the arrows land directly on the monster, forcing it to recoil. The creature screeches loudly, showing signs of weakening as the barrage continues. The team quickly coordinates their positions, keeping pressure on the monster from all sides. Their attacks grow sharper and more synchronized with each passing second. Nara pushes forward with determination, refusing to lose momentum in the fight. She focuses entirely on the battle, matching the pace of the others despite the difficulty. Under the combined force of arrows, skills, and teamwork, the monster's defenses begin to crack, signaling that the fight is turning in their favor. Monster attacks continue as arrows rain down, but the creature uses its tail to block every shot. Nara and Dan quickly assess the problem, realizing the tail is heavily armored and too tough to pierce. Nara shouts that they need faster attack timing, but Dan insists they should avoid the tail completely. He tells her hitting the main body would slow the monster down more effectively. Before Nara can explain further, Dan snaps back, reminding her that she's the team's buffer, not the leader. He orders her to stick to supporting instead of giving commands. Nara is left frustrated as the monster keeps charging forward, forcing the team to adjust under pressure while she focuses on buffing despite wanting to contribute more directly. The monster blocks their attacks with its tail. Nara tells them to aim at the body instead, but the archer snaps at her. They start arguing. Nara insists she's trying, while the archer blames her for slowing them down. The swordsman cuts in, reminding them the monster only dies if its body is separated from the tail. He orders the team to support the tank and stop the monster's charge. Everyone regroups and responds. The monster launches a barrage of attacks, but the archer fires back rapidly, striking its body multiple times and forcing it into the air. The creature takes several hits, but keeps fighting, letting out loud screeches that echo through the forest. The blue-haired boy watches, frustrated. He thinks about how harsh the archer's words were, annoyed by how she's treating him during battle. He compares this to his past experiences, realizing that even in his old guild, no one ever spoke to him this rudely. As the group escapes the room, the door slams shut behind them, leaving Choi trapped inside. Nara snaps, accusing them of abandoning her despite treating her like a friend. Furious, she shouts that they only follow the higher-ranked members' orders and that she's done working with them. Her frustration spills over from the earlier fight. One of the guys steps forward calmly, calling out her name with a cold smile, instantly shifting the atmosphere. He then asks what would happen if they left her behind instead, leaving Nara stunned and speechless. Choi is locked inside the room, and he yells at the team for abandoning their own friend during the fight. They snap back, saying higher-ranked hunters make the decisions and they don't want to work with him anymore. One of them mocks him, claiming a C rank like him can't escape a B rank dungeon alone and that buffers can be rescued later anyway. Hurt by their words, Choi wonders if anyone has ever truly needed him. During the fight, the team urgently calls out to Nara, telling him to hurry and give them a buff. Nara quietly agrees. He activates his skills Iron Will and Battle Frenzy, sending out a strong boost that empowers the entire team. Right after receiving the buffs, the frontline hunter triggers his final awakening and dashes forward at full speed. With Nara's support active, the team prepares to launch a stronger offensive against the monster. Monsters screech and charge toward the team. Nara watches them, his determination rising as he tells himself he must get into Pahiak no matter what. He believes that joining Pahiak might finally make his life better, pushing him to fight harder than before. The scene shifts to the fighter sprinting ahead, his speed boosted as he closes in on the incoming threats. He dodges a massive swinging attack just in time, preparing for the next clash as the monsters loom over him. The monster's massive tail swings down, forcing the frontliner to dodge at the last second. He looks up as the creature descends toward him, ready to strike again. Nara's thoughts echo, remembering how stats grow only through constant fighting. The reminder pushes him toward a cold resolve. He activates his buff, standing firm while the monster roars. His magic circle glows as he prepares to support the team. The creature attacks, but Nara focuses, completely determined to keep killing and survive countless battles to raise his strength. Nara questions why he awakened as a buffer, frustrated that he can't raise his stats and must live within his C rank limits. He feels like just another ordinary support class with no path to grow. While he sinks into these thoughts, the tank shouts his name, noticing danger approaching. At the same moment, Nara realizes their party hasn't finished the fight, there is still one monster remaining. He turns toward the sound and spots the last winged creature diving straight at him. His expression shifts from confusion to shock as he registers the threat. Nara stands frozen for a split second, caught between his self-doubt and the reality of the imminent attack. Nara imagines how different things would be if he were the one chosen instead of Choi. As the monster charges in screaming, he freezes for a moment, lost in regret. The winged creature closes in with its jaws wide open. Nara reacts too late and takes a direct hit, crashing hard into the ground from the impact. The monster screeches again as it circles back. While Nara struggles to get up, the team rushes toward him after seeing him fall. Nara coughs on the ground as the others call out to him in concern, trying to reach him before the monster attacks again. The tank suddenly freezes, shocked to see something unexpected approaching. Fear spreads through the team as he stares at the creature, unable to understand why that thing is here. The scene cuts away to an apartment building. Inside, the red-haired man wakes up in bed, alerted by the ringing of his phone. He reaches for the phone with a serious expression, realizing something urgent has happened in the dungeon. Tension rises as the situation connects back to the dangerous encounter, hinting that the monsters appearing were never supposed to be part of the exam. Morning phone alerts wake the red-haired hunter, Kim Dong-ju. Still half asleep, he picks up the call, annoyed to be disturbed so early. They report that the dungeon they were monitoring suddenly changed ranks out of nowhere. A monstrous creature brutally tears into its victim, showing overwhelming strength. It lifts the body and continues ripping it apart without stopping. Lu Fang sees the creature turn toward him and reacts in shock, unable to believe what he's witnessing. The monster finishes the kill by crushing the victim's head, leaving Lu Fang facing a terrifying threat. A massive winged monster descends, revealing itself as an rank predator. Its overwhelming presence freezes everyone on the field, including Lu Fang and Nara. Lu Fang quickly realizes what this means. If an rank creature appeared in a lower dungeon, then the entire dungeon has been upgraded to S rank. He knows instantly that no C rank hunter can defeat something this strong. Seeing Nara collapsed on the ground, Lu Fang calls out to her, urging her to get up. He summarizes that she must move while the monster is focused elsewhere. Nara looks up in shock when Lu Fang calls her name, still trying to process the danger closing in on them. As the monster closes in, one teammate panics and tells Lu Fang to run, yelling that Nara should be left behind. She claims that staying for her will get everyone killed. Nara struggles on the ground, hearing the desperate shouts. The pressure forces her to accept she must move or risk dragging the entire team down. Determined, she pushes herself up, while Lu Fang and the others watch anxiously, unsure if she can escape in time. Before she can act, the massive creature looms over her, its shadow swallowing the light as she stares up in fear. Nara freezes as the creature looms over her. Shock hits her instantly, and she struggles to understand how something so massive is right in front of her. Fear overwhelms her. Her eyes shake as she mutters that it's too big, and she's terrified. Unable to control her panic, dropped to her knees, Nara repeats that she's scared, her voice breaking as the pressure of death closes in around her. Desperation takes over. She cries out that she doesn't want to die, forcing the words out as if saying them might save her. The creature's blade-like limb swings down toward Nara, forcing her to flinch and lower her head in panic. When she looks up again, she's confused for a moment, unsure why she's still alive. As she slowly lifts her gaze, the giant mantis-like monster towers over her, its shadow stretching across the field. The creature bends forward, its jaws dripping as it studies her closely, making the danger feel even more suffocating. The team watches from a distance, confused why the monster still hasn't attacked Nara. None of them understand what's stopping it. Lu Fang is equally shocked. He knows the creature should be violently aggressive, yet it remains oddly restrained, acting nothing like the predator it's supposed to be. He wonders if Nara has something unique that's affecting the monster, while she sits trembling, unsure of what's happening herself. But before she can make sense of it, the creature suddenly lunges at her again, forcing her to flinch in terror. The creature suddenly pauses, making an odd sound instead of attacking, leaving Nara confused as she looks up at it. Before she can understand what's happening, the monster abruptly swings, its massive blades downward with full force. The attack crashes into the ground right in front of her, tearing through the earth and sending shockwaves across the field. Realizing how close she came to being killed, Nara jolts upright in terror, her body reacting before her mind can catch up. Lu Fang shouts for Hunter Shim Nara as he rushes forward, panicked after seeing her nearly struck down. But before he reaches her, another teammate charges ahead at full speed, determined to intervene on his own. Seeing this, Lu Fang yells for him to stop, warning that provoking the creature will only make things worse. His warning comes too late. The monster erupts in rage, its entire body flaring with killing intent as it turns toward them. As the monster strikes again, one teammate leaps in front of Shim Nara, trying to shield her from the incoming blow. Shim Nara watches in shock as blood splashes across her view, realizing someone has been hit protecting her. Another teammate screams in panic, overwhelmed by the sudden injury. Fueled by anger, she shouts at the creature, demanding how it could dare attack Hunter Hoyan. Fueled by rage, the archer charges forward and unleashes a powerful attack, shouting for the creature to die. But the monster reacts instantly, dodging her strike with overwhelming speed and closing the distance in a flash. Before she can retreat, the creature's counterattack sends her flying back, breaking her stance and disarming her midair. She crashes across the ground as Lu Fang shouts her name, realizing Hunter Danmaru has been struck down. A healer quickly activates a powerful magic circle, releasing a burst of radiant light across the battlefield. The light expands and engulfs the charging monster, forcing it to halt mid-attack. The creature's body is completely swallowed by the blinding flash, its figure barely visible through the intense glow. Overwhelmed, the monster screeches and retreats, stumbling backward as it's pushed away by the force of the spell. Once the monster is forced back, the battlefield reveals the aftermath. Multiple hunters lie injured or unconscious, and Shim Nara rushes to check on them. The healer approaches and apologizes, explaining that the spell took longer because she isn't familiar with that type of magic. She clarifies that aside from healing, she can only use a light defensive spell once per day. It worked on the creature, but it's not meant for offense. She then urges the group to retreat quickly before the monster returns. Inside the cave, the healer activates her glowing spellbook again, filling the space with warm light. She begins treating the injured archer while Shim Nara watches worriedly and asks if she's alright. The archer snaps back in frustration, saying she's clearly not okay and accusing Shim Nara of mocking her. Shim Nara lowers her head and apologizes softly, unsure of how else to respond. Shim Nara looks up when the injured archer suddenly calls his name, unsure why she's addressing him so seriously. With a tense expression, she tells him to go outside and deal with the monster himself. Shim Nara reacts in shock, questioning if she has completely lost her mind for suggesting something so reckless. But she snaps back, saying he's the crazy one, claiming he should have been the first to die and demanding to know how he's even still alive. The injured archer continues, pointing out that despite everyone being in danger, the monster only targeted Shim Nara. She blames him for another teammate's death, saying his decision to save someone else caused a damage dealer to die instead. With a cold expression, she demands that Shim Nara take responsibility for what happened. The scene shifts away from the cave, cutting to a quiet apartment building where someone examines a small coin-like object. A woman sits on her bed, staring at a small pill and worrying about whether she should take it or not. Meanwhile, in a research lab, a tired scientist reports that nothing unusual has been detected from the item they examined. Another scientist demands a recheck, but the team insists they've already run multiple verification tests with the same results. Later, the woman learns the ring she submitted for analysis is considered worthless, classified as the lowest grade item, and reacts with surprise. The researcher grows irritated, complaining that the ring is worthless and accusing her of wasting their time. She fires back, asking if they simply failed to detect anything. Once she leaves, the eccentric scientist becomes excited, treating the ring as a mysterious new item and deciding to dissect it to uncover its secrets. Outside the lab, her friends complain about his behavior, calling him crazy and swearing never to return after seeing how he looked at them. They ask Choi what the ring really is and why no tests, not even hospital scans, have been able to detect anything unusual about it. One teammate casually suggests the ring might just be trash, earning an immediate scolding to say something useful instead. Amid the bickering, Choi reminds them that this isn't the time for jokes and says they can request a re-evaluation at Pahyok, which is faster than outside labs. The red-haired hunter agrees and then hands her a small pill, telling her to take it. He explains it's Dormer, and Choi sighs, noting that Kim Dongju is the only person who would give her something like that in a moment like this, yet she can see he genuinely wants to help. A woman asks how many A rank hunters can be deployed immediately, and is surprised when the answer is fewer than expected. She tells the team to keep searching until she arrives, saying she can't go herself yet due to personal circumstances. While discussing the situation, Kim Dong-ju suddenly hears something strange over the phone and reacts in confusion. The woman notices his sudden change in expression and looks over, unsure what caused it. The scene shifts to a quiet warehouse lit by pale blue light streaming through its windows. A man smokes calmly, reacting as he hears someone approach from behind. He turns to address the newcomer, stating that Hunter Kim Dong-ju has arrived later than expected. A rank dealer introduces himself and remarks that Kim Dong-ju looks weaker than before. Another A rank dealer steps in, dismissing the comment and introducing herself, stating she mainly fights using guns. A smiling C rank tanker then introduces herself, saying she'll be supporting Kim Dong-ju in the upcoming operation. The group reacts in confusion, questioning why a C rank hunter is part of the team at all. Kim Dong-ju notices the shield she's carrying is a rank and questions how she plans to enter an S-rank dungeon with it. She quickly explains it was a gift from her ex and that it's more practical than it looks. As she casually says she'll just discard it if needed, someone immediately stops her, scolding her for treating valuable gear so lightly. Another teammate complains to Kim Dong-ju, questioning whether bringing her along will cause problems and asking if it's really necessary. Kim Dong-ju responds calmly, saying her skills are solid even if her personality isn't, signaling that she'll still be part of the team. One of the A rank hunters questions why, with two S ranks present, they're still bringing along a C rank who doesn't even seem to be from the P-Hawk Guild. Kim Dong-ju explains that he's currently C rank as well, and the C rank hunter is his sister, shocking the others. He adds that instead of himself, she'll be entering the dungeon because her friend is trapped inside and needs to be rescued. Hearing the final lineup, another A rank hunter rubs his head in frustration, wondering how they're expected to clear an S-rank dungeon with this team and asking if there are any reinforcements. Kim Dong-ju explains that all other A rank hunters are either already deployed or unavailable, and even the guild master is currently away. Support from other guilds has been requested, but it hasn't arrived yet. He lays out the plan clearly once inside. They must prioritize killing the boss monster to secure an exit. If the dungeon rank rose due to monster spawns, the rescue still comes first. However, he warns that if the dungeon has truly escalated into a full S rank, they'll have to abandon the rescue, as survival takes priority. The team listens and agrees, acknowledging the plan and preparing to move forward. Hyeon Choi calls out to the C rank tanker and confirms her attention before speaking seriously. He asks her to go inside the dungeon and act like a proper tanker, explaining that she's the only one they can fully rely on. He warns her not to act strangely or mess up, checking that she took the medicine he gave her earlier. To motivate her, he promises to buy her a new weapon if she survives and doesn't cause trouble, instantly lifting her mood. She reacts in surprise, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden promise. From a distance, the two stand facing each other in silence as the team watches, the tension before departure hanging in the air. She suddenly mentions mantises, questioning why creatures like that are appearing here at all. Kim Dong-ju reminds her that there's an A rank examiner inside and asks why that matters now. Without hesitation, she says she's changed her mind and casually decides to go in herself. Kim Dong-ju freezes in confusion, completely caught off guard by her sudden decision. As she moves forward, someone shouts for her to stop, realizing too late what she's about to do. Ignoring the warning, she activates her shield and bursts ahead in a flash of light. Another hunter lunges after her at full speed, trying to intercept before she goes too far. The two collide mid-charge, crashing hard across the floor as the sudden impact halts her advance. The C-rank tanker laughs and mocks the situation, claiming the dungeon's rules say the weakest always enters first. Her expression suddenly shifts as she realizes something is wrong mid-movement. She's knocked off balance and sent flying, completely caught off guard by the sudden impact. Without slowing down, the other hunter brushes it off, dismisses her claim, and charges ahead toward the dungeon. The C-rank tanker crashes to the ground in pain, making others question if she's really just C-rank rank after all. Kim Dongju explains that while she's registered as C rank, her actual ability is closer to an S rank tanker, clearing up the confusion. Realizing the situation, Kim Dongju orders everyone to move immediately, dropping the argument and pushing the team into action. From the sidelines, another hunter warns that if anything goes wrong, the responsibility will fall on Kim Dongju alone. Shim Nara snaps back sharply, telling the injured hunter to watch her words and reminding her that her back is injured, not her head. Kim Dongju steps in and stops the argument, saying the fighting needs to end. He acknowledges hunter Kim Hoyen's death and questions whether continuing like this will only cause more casualties. The injured hunter falls silent, lowering her head without responding. Kim Dongju explains that everyone is shaken because an rank monster appeared unexpectedly, but urges them to calm down, stating this is not the time for infighting. Kim Dongju reassures the group that a rescue team will arrive soon and tells them to hold out until then. Shim Nara looks up in confusion, questioning what he means by a rescue team. He explains that if the time limit is exceeded, guild members will be deployed to rescue them, but everyone inside will be disqualified. Hearing this, Shim Nara stiffens and firmly refuses to accept that outcome. Shim Nara thinks back to the monster from earlier and wonders if they could take it down somehow if it's the only one. Kim Dongju responds calmly, saying he understands her thinking but warns that dying here would be meaningless. Still unwilling to give up, Shim Nara hesitates, clearly struggling with the idea of backing down. Kim Dongju shuts it down, stating that even alone, the monster is still a rank and impossible for C-rank hunters to defeat. Gam Sangwoo panics, shouting in confusion as something massive suddenly closes in on him. A heavy strike slams straight into his shield, the impact exploding outward with overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, Gam Sangwoo struggles to hold the shield in place, barely resisting the pressure. The ground shatters from the collision, debris flying as the others cry out his name, realizing he's taken a direct hit. The Mantis monster swings its massive blade again, cutting through the air with overwhelming speed. The strike arcs across the battlefield, forcing everyone nearby to react as it closes in on Shim Nara. The blade slams into Shim Nara, tearing through her side and sending her crashing backward as she screams in pain. The Mantis looms over her with its arm still extended, revealing she's been caught directly by the monster's attack. Shim Nara is trapped by the monster's grip, screaming in pain as blood pours from her wound and the pressure keeps tightening. Ignoring the agony, she clenches her fist and forces her arm upward, trying to break free despite the damage. She roars and unleashes all her strength, repeatedly shouting for the monster to let her go as she struggles against its hold. Nearby, the others freeze in shock, staring at Shim Nara as they realize something about her strength is clearly not normal. Shim Nara explodes in rage, shouting that without this chaos, she wouldn't need rescuing and could have cleared the dungeon herself to join P-Hawk. Fueled by desperation, she charges straight at the Mantis, screaming for it to die as she attacks head-on. The monster counters instantly, hurling her away with brutal force and slamming her into the ground. Pain overwhelms her as she screams again, blood spilling while the sound of impact echoes through the area. Shim Nara hangs helplessly, blood dripping from her feet as pain surges through her body and she struggles to stay conscious. Her vision blurs as she realizes how badly she's been torn apart, the fear of death finally setting in. Desperation takes over as she cries out that she doesn't want to die yet, clinging to life with everything she has left. Her thoughts spiral into horrific images of being torn apart, her mind replaying the brutal ways this could end. Shim Nara is trapped beneath multiple mantises, crushed by their weight, realizing she still isn't allowed to die even now. Tears fill her eyes as she remembers Hyeon Choi's words and wonders how he ever managed to survive something like this. Facing the monster's open jaws, she understands that what he endured must have been far worse than the pain she's feeling now. At that moment, a figure suddenly crashes down from above, cutting into the monster's attack and changing the situation instantly. At the last moment, a powerful strike crashes down, ripping through the Mantis' body before it can finish Shim Nara. The monster screeches in agony as blood explodes from the impact, its attack completely broken. The shockwave sends Shim Nara flying across the ground, barely conscious but alive. As she looks up in confusion, a familiar voice apologizes for being late, leaving her stunned by the sudden rescue. The newcomer explains that he wasn't supposed to intervene, but couldn't ignore the danger talented hunters were facing. He reveals himself as Pahyok Guild's a ranked tanker, Gam Sangwoo. The wounded mantis roars in fury, screaming as it turns its full attention toward him. The monster suddenly hesitates, its single eye widening as it senses the overwhelming presence in front of it. Realizing the threat it's facing, the mantis recoils instinctively, its aggression faltering for the first time. Gam Sangwoo notices the mantis staring past him and wonders what it's actually focused on. From above, Hyeon Choi suddenly appears, cheerfully revealing herself as she swings into view. Gam Sangwoo asks if Shim Nara knows her, surprised since she doesn't seem to be part of the rescue team. He then realizes she's Shim Nara's friend. Shim Nara watches in disbelief, understanding that Hyeon Choi came here specifically to save her. Hyeon Choi smiles calmly, saying that everything she's been searching for is right here. Shim Nara reacts in shock, realizing Hyeon Choi didn't come just to rescue her. The scene opens with the woman dashing forward at high speed, closing the distance before the enemies can react. Her movement is sharp and direct, showing clear intent to attack without hesitation. Two winged monsters charge toward her aggressively, confident in their physical strength. They rush in head-on, aiming to overwhelm her with brute force. She calmly raises a massive shield, positioning it perfectly in front of her body. Her expression remains focused as she prepares to counter instead of retreating. The moment the monster swings, she steps in and slams the shield forward with full force. The impact lands cleanly, sending a shock through the enemy and stopping its attack instantly. The monster lunges in with a wide, brutal swing, its blade cutting through the air with full momentum. It aims to crush her position in a single strike. The attack slams into a wooden pillar instead, slicing straight through it. The impact sends debris flying as the structure is cleanly split apart. Without slowing down, the monster follows up with another heavy charge, pushing forward despite the failed hit. Its movements remain aggressive and relentless. She counters instantly, swinging her weapon in a powerful arc while holding her stance firm. The strike lands decisively, and she calmly notes that it is yet another enemy taken down. The battlefield is littered with fallen mantis monsters, their bodies scattered across the ground. She stands in the middle of the clearing, clearly irritated that they keep attacking from hidden positions instead of facing her directly. She reflects on why she came here in the first place, realizing that hunting these monsters barely benefits her. Even after killing several of them, her growth shows no noticeable change. Her expression sharpens as she pauses, carefully observing her surroundings. A brief moment of silence suggests she is considering a different approach. Looking over the forest ahead, she decides to change tactics. Instead of chasing them one by one, she plans to draw them together, hoping to deal with all of them at once. She raises her shield with a confident smile, testing her idea as she prepares to lure the enemies out. Her relaxed attitude shows she is fully in control of the situation. A mantis monster finally reveals itself, reacting to her presence and taking the bait. It locks onto her, drawn in by the provocation. At the same time, another figure notices her actions and looks on in shock as he realizes she is deliberately gathering danger toward herself, laughing as she charges forward. She spots multiple enemies converging in one area, seeing everything she wanted gathered in a single place. She considers herself lucky and presses the attack. She questions why the monster is hesitating, pointing out that she already confirmed it was alive. The mantis remain silent, standing unnaturally still instead of attacking. A close look at the creature shows no movement or reaction, making the situation feel strange. The pause stretches on, creating clear tension. Watching from the side, the man grows uneasy as he realizes this same thing has happened before. The monster's ferocious nature suddenly seems suppressed. She recalls a similar incident from earlier, recognizing a troubling pattern. With concern rising, she wonders why these enemies are acting so differently from normal. She notices something off about the situation, sensing that the the monster isn't focused on attacking her. Instead, it feels like it's waiting or searching for someone else. The man turns his head sharply, alerted by her sudden change in behavior. His attention shifts as he tries to understand what she has noticed. Without warning, she moves behind him in a quick burst, positioning herself close while using his shield as cover. The sudden move catches him completely off guard. Leaning in with a satisfied smile, she expresses her approval of the shield. Her calm reaction confirms that she has fully adapted to the situation and is ready to use it her way. The man tightens his grip on the shield in confusion as it suddenly feels lighter in his hands. The unexpected change catches him off guard. She forcefully pulls the shield away, ignoring his protest that it isn't finished yet. Another girl urgently tries to stop her, realizing things are getting out of control. Struggling to hold on, the man panics as he realizes how strong she actually is. He can't understand why she's overpowering him so easily. His eyes widen as the situation escalates in an instant. The shock on his face shows that he has completely lost control of what's happening. She swings with full force, unleashing a powerful arc that cuts through the air. The impact releases a violent shockwave that overwhelms everything in its path. The shield shatters mid-motion, breaking apart into multiple fragments that scatter upward. She pauses for a split second, surprised by the result. From a distance, the man panics as he sees the destroyed shield lying in pieces. His reaction is filled with shock and frustration over what just happened. As the tension spikes, she steadies herself and shifts her stance. With the fight still ongoing, the moment signals that things have escalated beyond control. She launches herself downward with explosive force, channeling all her momentum into a single crushing strike aimed straight at the monster. The impact slams the creature into the ground, shattering the terrain beneath it. Debris and shockwaves spread outward as the monster is driven down hard. From the side, one of the onlookers freezes in shock, unable to process the sudden turn of events. The sheer power of the attack leaves no room for doubt. Others nearby react in disbelief as they witness the aftermath. The scene ends with the realization that the battle has reached a far more dangerous level. The man stares in disbelief, struggling to process what he just witnessed. He realizes the monster was taken down instantly, without any prolonged fight. She stands calmly on the fallen creature, checking whether it is truly dead. Despite the overwhelming victory, there is no visible change in her growth, which slightly frustrates her. The man turns to his companion and asks if she recognizes the woman. Suspecting she might be a known hunter, the answer confirms that she is indeed someone familiar. Curiosity quickly turns into concern as he asks about her rank. The hesitation in the response suggests that her true level might be far higher than expected. Hearing that she is only ranked C, everyone is left confused. After witnessing her overwhelming strength, they struggle to understand what kind of monster could be defeated by someone at that level. Before anyone can react, she suddenly grabs the shield and claims it as her own. The man panics instantly, shouting as it's taken right out of his hands. She dashes off playfully with the shield while he chases after her, demanding it back. The exchange feels almost absurd compared to the intense battle moments earlier. Their movement triggers the mantis monster, which finally roars and rises again. With the enemy still active, the fight is clearly not over yet. She inspects the shield with clear satisfaction, noting how solid and reliable it feels. Behind her, the man desperately reaches out, trying to get it back. Before he can react, the mantis monster lunges in and snatches the shield away mid-motion. The sudden theft leaves him shouting in panic. She steps forward without hesitation, planting her foot firmly into the ground. Her movement signals an immediate counterattack. In a swift motion, she swings upward and strikes the monster cleanly, reclaiming control of the fight. The blow lands decisively, pushing the enemy back and restoring the momentum to her side. She bursts forward in a spinning dash, her shield cutting through the air as wind pressure tears across the ground. The sudden acceleration leaves debris swirling behind her. The mantis finally reacts, turning toward her incoming attack. Its body stiffens as it senses the danger closing in. She leaps high into the air and crashes down in a vertical strike, driving overwhelming force straight toward the monster. The impact sends shockwaves exploding outward. Landing smoothly, she lifts her shield with a calm smile. The confident expression makes it clear that she is fully in control of the battle. She hurls the shield straight upward, sending it spinning through the sky. The motion draws the mantis' attention as it roars and tracks the flying object. The shield twists violently in midair, building speed as it begins to descend. Its weight and momentum amplify with every rotation. She rushes in from the side, positioning herself beneath the falling shield. Her timing is precise as she prepares to use it for the next strike. Catching the shield in motion, she slams forward with relentless force, driving the attack straight into the mantis. The repeated impacts overwhelm the monster, keeping it completely on the defensive. After the clash, she suddenly remembers something important and pauses mid-action. With a calm expression, she mentions that there was a question she meant to ask. As she steps forward, she explains that this mantis is different from the ones usually encountered. Its behavior and presence suggest it belongs to a specific lineage. Standing firmly on top of the subdued monster, she looks down and asks if he understands what this difference means. The question carries clear significance. She then raises her hand and reveals the object she is referring to. With a composed tone, she points out that the key detail lies in the ring. She pauses as a strange silence settles in, her steps slowing while something unseen draws her attention. The atmosphere suddenly feels heavy and unsettling. Lowering her gaze, she examines the ring in her hand more closely. A flicker of confusion crosses her face as she senses an unexpected reaction. Without warning, a violent roar erupts from beneath her feet. The mantis surges up with explosive force, releasing a terrifying shock that tears through the air. The sound echoes across the battlefield, making everyone nearby clutch their ears in panic. Shock spreads among the group as they realize something has gone terribly wrong. She dismisses the creature's attempt to communicate, stating that she can't understand what it's saying. Her reaction is blunt, showing no interest in deciphering its intent. Without hesitation, she brings her weapon down with crushing force. The strike lands straight into the monster, shaking the ground beneath them. She follows through with a powerful downward swing, pouring all her strength into the blow. The impact erupts in a violent burst, overwhelming the creature completely. Blood sprays as the mantis lets out a final roar. The attack ends decisively, leaving no doubt that the battle has reached its conclusion. The roar echoes across the area, leaving the man frozen in place as the shock hits him late. He stares ahead, unable to process the aftermath of the attack. Nearby, another witness looks just as shaken, her face drained of color. The brutal finish has clearly exceeded anything she expected to see. As the dust settles, realization sinks in. He admits to himself that she has changed since that day, far more than he ever imagined. His gaze locks onto her blood-stained figure standing calmly after the fight. In disbelief, he questions whether this terrifying presence is truly the same person he once knew. As the blood settles, a quiet realization forms. On the surface, she still looks like the same person everyone remembers. A wounded creature crawls through the cave, repeatedly muttering its urge to kill. Despite severe injuries, it continues moving forward, leaving blood behind. Its body trembles, but the aggression never fades. Another monster suddenly charges in, proving the danger isn't over yet. Inside the cave, two monsters collide, screaming violently as blood sprays everywhere. The mantis looms closer, its eyes wide and locked onto its prey. The injured creature can only repeat one word, driven purely by instinct to kill. Their clash intensifies, turning the cave into a scene of raw, uncontrollable brutality. Inside the cave, multiple mantis monsters gather around a wounded body, feeding as they move forward. Suddenly, they sense something ahead and snap their heads toward the cave exit. A blinding presence draws their attention, triggering loud, frantic screeches. The roars echo far beyond the cave, signaling that something dangerous is about to emerge. The forest shakes as violent screeches erupt, echoing through the trees. A mantis monster charges wildly, thrashing as blood sprays across the ground. She reacts with clear annoyance, calmly telling the noise to stop. Stepping forward, she crushes down without hesitation, silencing the chaos instantly. She drops down from above, annoyed by the noise and chaos. With a twisted smile, she mocks the monster without hesitation. A single brutal strike slams down, splitting the ground and the target. The mantis screeches weakly, its body clearly reaching its limit. In the dark cave, a wounded mantis senses her presence and reaches out. More mantis monsters emerge from the shadows, surrounding the area in silence. After the kill, a notification appears, confirming her stat has increased. She pauses pauses in confusion, realizing that even a rank kill barely affects her growth. She complains lightly after the fight, annoyed that she got covered in blood for so little reward. Watching her closely, the man realizes she defeated a rank monster far too easily, even while fighting alone. The thought unsettles him, as someone with that level of ability should already be well known. As she stands calmly in silence, one question lingers in his mind: where did she come from? Seeing the aftermath, one hunter questions how a tanker could deal damage like a dealer. The bodies scattered on the ground make it clear she wiped out every monster alone. Unimpressed, the group decides not to waste time and shifts focus to the real target. With the boss location confirmed, they regroup and move out immediately. The man pauses in silence, sensing something is off. When asked, he points out that too few monsters appeared to justify an S rank upgrade. He explains that normally, upgraded dungeons overflow with enemies. This one feels unchanged despite the supposed increase in rank. She suggests it might be a new upgrade type and sees it as a good sign. He remains skeptical, noting that things rarely go smoothly. They consider whether the S rank who went ahead caused the imbalance. Still, he doubts it, knowing S rank hunters work alone and have poor teamwork. They agree that solo players are unreliable, but note she rushed in to save someone, suggesting she might cooperate. Even without knowing her true rank, they decide communication is possible and choose to trust her for now. Nearby, she shows clear irritation and suggests searching for another monster instead of waiting. When he asks why she's leaving after coming to rescue them, she responds casually, showing no attachment to staying. He angrily asks why she came along if she wasn't there to rescue them, questioning her motives. She explains she joined because of someone else, revealing a connection that catches everyone off guard. The group panics at the realization, recalling how disastrous their teamwork usually is. Smiling lightly, she decides to leave them behind, ending the moment on an unsettling note. He desperately grabs her, begging her not to leave as he insists their lives are in danger. She tries to shake him off, brushing off his plea and refusing responsibility for their situation. As he clings on, another hunter steps in and questions what's going on. The man calmly states that he came to rescue them. Cutting through the chaos as the moment reaches a breaking point, she says the rescue team has arrived, so she plans to leave. He immediately questions where she was trying to go earlier. Another hunter points out that she should have rescued her friend first. The tension rises as her priorities are challenged. He presses further, suspecting her true reason for coming wasn't the rescue at all. The implication hangs in the air. A brief flashback reveals she entered for something else entirely, hinting at a personal motive behind her actions. She happily shows off the shield, calling it her new weapon with obvious pride. Her casual attitude instantly irritates him, his expression darkening as anger builds. The situation escalates as the group tries to hold him back, realizing she's far stronger than expected. Laughing it off, she mocks his reaction and starts to leave again, ignoring their protests. She listens quietly as the group gathers and explains their plan. They state they will clear the C rank boss first and create an exit afterward. Once the exit appears, she is told she can leave immediately without delay. As they ask if there are any questions, one concern is raised about whether being rescued now means elimination. They admit they can't give a clear answer yet, saying this situation will likely be decided after review. She wonders why this even happened, realizing it might be a rare chance to face a powerful opponent. Despite nearly dying earlier, she decides she doesn't want to leave now, unwilling to give up this opportunity. He approaches her and questions whether killing the rank mob caused the dungeon to change. He explains that to clear the dungeon, every mob inside must be eliminated, including the boss. Since it's already upgraded to S rank, there should be more enemies remaining. She asks if it's possible to avoid the hidden mobs and only deal with those already revealed. He immediately rejects the idea, warning her not to throw lives away recklessly. Survival comes before any opportunity. She listens quietly, then points out the real problem: they currently have neither a tanker nor a dealer to rely on. He sighs in frustration, wishing he had the strength to clear the dungeon alone. She notices his silence and quietly turns toward him. He calls her name, clearly conflicted and unsure what to do next. She suggests leaving for now, reminding him there will be another chance later. He snaps back, saying she knows his situation and can't casually tell him to leave. He points out she entered knowing it was an S-rank dungeon, insisting this place only matters if there's something to gain. She calmly reassures him, saying he can always enter again and succeed next time. He explodes in frustration, shouting that chances like this don't come easily for him. He runs off in frustration, shouting that this is his last chance and accusing her of not understanding him. She stops him calmly, explaining she isn't dismissing him and that he's speaking out of pain from his injuries. Looking him in the eyes, she reminds him to value his life, stressing that he only gets one. Another hunter steps in to ease the tension and suggests focusing on creating an exit first. He bitterly points out that because she's strong, leaving is easy for her, while he can't afford to give up chances like this. He admits he's weak and knows exactly how people treat those who lack power. Each lost opportunity only makes things worse. Turning away, he says she should have ignored him completely, just like everyone did back then. Regret floods in as he recalls that day, blaming himself for ever getting involved and ending up in this situation. She softly calls his name, sensing his emotions shifting. His eyes widen as something finally clicks inside him. Another hunter urges them to leave first, warning that staying any longer is dangerous. Suddenly, she lunges forward and grabs him, pulling him away before he can react. His expression hardens as he calls her name, a dangerous resolve flashing in his eyes. She reaches out and covers his face, stopping him before he can act. He receives a message from a guild, thanking him for applying to join. Holding his phone, he remembers the moment he left his previous guild. Standing alone, he reflects on how isolating it feels to be ignored. The silence lingers as his expression hardens, revealing quiet resentment and resolve. Back then, he felt needed, at least until they entered the hidden dungeon together. Something immediately feels off as the group notices her strange behavior. They quietly judge her, mocking her appearance and weak-looking combat skills. Smiling faintly, she accepts it, already used to being looked down on by others. He remembers how she was always treated that way, realizing how foolish it all seems now. Back in the present, he collapses, coughing violently as pain overwhelms him. As things fade, he calls out weakly, realizing how much has changed since then. She steps closer, eyes cold, asking if he has any last words before it ends. She pins him down, making their positions unmistakably clear. He coughs in pain, barely managing to call her name. Tears spill as he admits he's terrified and wants to live. A memory flashes before this. He had begged her to save him. He cries that he clung to her back then because he wanted to live. Now, choking on regret, he says he should have died that day. She falls silent, her gaze sharpening as she listens. With cold certainty, she answers that she knows exactly what he means. He gasps for air, clutching his throat as panic takes over. Tears stream down his face as fear completely overwhelms him. Her grip tightens, cold and unyielding, cutting off his struggle. A blade flashes as she calmly tells Hunter Hyan Choi to calm down. The rescue team arrives and questions her actions, stopping the situation from escalating further. One of them coldly says that if she plans to kill, she should do it outside after the mission. Another member reacts casually, agreeing that the mission takes priority over everything else. The tension eases slightly as the group regains control, though the threat still lingers. They suggest creating an exit first, noting they're already near the boss's territory. She stays silent, her expression hidden as she hesitates. His eyes suddenly widen, sensing something wrong. Reaching out weakly, he calls her name, unsure of her next move. She bluntly tells them to leave, saying she has no intention of going with them. The group reacts in shock, questioning why she's acting this way again. Her gaze turns cold as she warns them not to interfere if they want to stay alive. Trying to de-escalate, the leader says she'll come out once she calms down, reminding them of the rule that everyone must exit. He notices she still doesn't look like she wants to leave and questions her resolve. She sits in silence, exhausted and injured, labeled as nothing more than a C rank. After a long pause, she quietly agrees to leave. She then gives a sharp order: everyone arm themselves, kill everything fast, and get out. He grabs the shield back in relief, promising to take better care of it this time. She immediately snatches it away again, leaving him yelling in panic. Letting out a sigh, she confirms the plan: wipe out all remaining enemies and finish this fast. Turning to the injured hunter, she stops him firmly, making it clear he's no longer fit to fight. The team clears the area while Hyunchoi questions leaving. Nara insists staying behind, saying this dungeon is her responsibility. Her tone shuts everyone down. Hyunchoi hesitates but agrees to withdraw. Nara warns him not to come back once he leaves, making it clear this is a final decision. As the group prepares to exit, tension lingers. Hyunchoi looks back, realizing Nara is choosing to face the dungeon alone. Nara turns away with her shield, declaring this is her job. Hyunchoi watches silently as she walks deeper inside, ending their encounter. Nara watches her walk away and finally apologizes. Realizing she meant what she said, she takes responsibility, saying this is her job and telling him not to look for her again after he gets out. Before leaving, she briefly reaches out, then turns her back for good. The tension breaks, and the group shifts focus back to survival instead of arguing. As they regroup, Nara notices something odd: his injuries are closing far faster than expected. The healing happens almost instantly, without proper treatment. Seeing the rapid recovery, she questions whether a mere C-rank healer could do this. The strange healing hints that something about this dungeon or him isn't normal. Nara heals quickly with help from a healer, realizing her recovery speed feels abnormal for a C-rank. Asked why she acted so harshly earlier, Nara admits she was overwhelmed, blamed others, and forced her feelings onto the team. She apologizes for making things awkward and for insisting on staying when she shouldn't have. The healer says everyone is under pressure because of Peihyok, but Nara's behavior still doesn't make sense, leaving her confused. Nara finally stops and admits she was wrong. She says this fight is her responsibility and tells him to leave once he gets out, making it clear she doesn't want to see him again. He hesitates but apologizes. The healer steps in, restoring his wounds quickly, surprising everyone with how fast the healing works. When asked about her earlier actions, Nara admits she acted out of weakness and frustration. The healer comforts her, saying everyone feels this way, and she should trust her friends and her self-proof comes from experience. With the treatment finished, the group regroups. They prepare to move together, now calmer and more united, ready to continue the dungeon run. After the treatment ends, she thanks the healer, and the group regains their footing. Suddenly, two powerful presences appear ahead, crushing the calm. The enemies close in at once, forcing the party into immediate combat readiness. Without hesitation, she raises her gun, ready to pick her target first. As the healing finishes, the ground suddenly shakes and two grotesque monsters burst out at once, roaring as they rush forward. The team freezes for a split second when they realize there are two targets instead of one. The gunner calmly raises her weapon, narrowing her eyes as she decides which monster to take first. Without hesitation, she fires, kicking off the next brutal fight. A winged monster lunges forward, screaming to kill, but the gunner doesn't panic and mocks it instead. She dashes in, crushing the ground and leaping straight toward the monster's head. With a clean, confident strike, she smashes it down while casually praising herself. In the background, the swordsman notes she's almost done, calmly acknowledging her strength. Two winged monsters charge together, surrounding the swordsman as their attacks crash down. Without backing off, he calmly steps forward, unfazed by the pressure. In a single decisive slash, blood erupts as one monster is torn apart mid-air. The second beast lunges right after, and the fight instantly escalates again. One of the winged monsters charges head-on, swinging wildly with full force. Nara counters instantly, her shield and kick crashing through its attack. Blood explodes mid-air as the monster is torn apart, its body breaking and falling. The remaining beast staggers back in shock as Nara lands calmly, completely dominating the fight. The fallen enemy goes silent, leaving only blood and broken remains. She stands still, injured but calm, her expression unreadable.